Governor and Executive Council meeting. Before we start, if you haven't already, please silence your electronic devices. And I would like to start the day with a prayer from our senior counselor, Counselor Wheeler.
Thank you, Governor. I do this a little bit differently today. Since today is IRS Income Tax Day, the legislature is voting on an income tax bill or having a hearing on an income tax bill. So I thought it would be appropriate if I told a story about taxes from over 2,000 years ago. Paying taxes to Caesar from the Gospel according to Matthew. Then the Pharisees went and plotted on how to entangle him in his words. And they sent their disciples to him, along with a Herodian, saying, "Teacher, we know that you are true and teach the way of God truthfully. For you do not care about anyone's opinion, for you are not swayed by appearances." They were discussing taxes over 2,000 years ago. Tell us then, what do you think? Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not? But Jesus, aware of their malice, said, "Why put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the coin for the tax." And they brought him a denarius. And Jesus said to them, "Whose likeness and inscription is in this?" They said, "Caesar's." And then he said to them, "Therefore render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Your life. And when they heard it, they marveled, and they left him and went away. So, Father, I ask that you give us wisdom today to know how much to tax. Help us to discern between wants and needs. Now, next Monday should be recognized as well as for the shock heard around the world in the Battle of Lexington. Another battle, at least partially over taxes, taxation without representation. The 1775 Patriots understood the persecution issue of taxes, but they also understood the spiritual side, and they would declare regularly, "We will have no other king but King Jesus." Amen.
Thank you, Counselor Wheeler. I would like General Nicolaides, our adjutant general, to come forward and lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And we are very blessed today to have students from the Ware Middle School who will be performing for us. I don't know if you want to come forward and then you want to introduce them. That's great. Let me meet your mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. This is a select portion of the Ware Middle School Choir, and this is a audition-only group that was able to come today. Our full choir is about 110 students, so we're able to bring 16 today. We're going to start with a song that we sang for our winter concert called "Carry the Light," which will feature two soloists, Elijah and Reagan.
Thank you. Thank
morning. We have a couple of really excellent commendations this morning, and this should be a lot of fun because we have some terrific student athletes that are going to be joining us from Division I, Division II, and Division III championship hockey teams in our state. And we also invited with us, but was not be able to make it today. So before I introduce the boys hockey Division I teams and commend them, I want to mention as well that we invited the state champion hockey team from Hanover, the girls division. They were the champions and they beat Oyster River by 4-2. They weren't able to make it today, but we have some great female hockey players as well. So today we have with us, we're going to start with Division I here, Bishop Curtin High School. How are you all doing today? Good. Excellent. And I wanted to announce, I know, is your head coach Gary Bishop here? Coach, where are you? Come on up. And then I think we have, I don't know if all the assistant coaches are here, but we have assistant coaches Daniel Conley, Mark Mantone, Dan Phillips, James Callahan, and I see the athletic director Ryan Brown here as well. So we're honored to have you here today. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Thanks, players. Councilor Wheeler is your executive counsel. I'd like to have him come forward as I read this proclamation. He represents you in the executive council. And obviously I know Bishop Burton well. And I heard the excitement of the game because my son was at it, and it was a pretty exciting game. So, in fact, I think you guys came back and a rematch against Concord, right? And last year you lost, but this year you won in overtime, right? Incredible. That's great. Thank you. It's great. Coach, come on up with me, and then we'll have the team too. It's great. Good job, Coach. Appreciate it. So, whereas recognizing the 2025-2026 Bishop Burton men's ice hockey team, whereas the Bishop Burton High School men's hockey team demonstrated outstanding discipline and teamwork throughout the 2025-2026 season, representing their school with pride, and whereas building on the experience of a hard-fought championship game the previous year, the team returned this season with a renewed focus, determined to earn another opportunity to compete for the Division I title. And whereas on March 14, 2026, Bishop Burton captured the NHIAA Division I state championship with a 1-0 overtime victory over top-seeded Concord, showcasing exceptional defensive play and composure in a tightly contested game. And whereas the Cardinals completed an outstanding season with a 20-1 record, anchored by strong defensive efforts, disciplined execution, and a commitment to team-first play that allowed them to overcome one of the state's most formidable opponents. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Gary Bishop, the team's success reflects the dedication of the student athletes, coaches, families, and supporters who contributed to a season defined by perseverance, unity, and excellence. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby commend the 2025-2026 Bishop Burton men's ice hockey team for their remarkable achievement in winning the NHIAA Division I state championship, and extend the congratulations and appreciation of the state of New Hampshire for their outstanding representation of their school and the Granite State. Congratulations, Coach. So Division II, we're going to recognize Spalding High School. And in Rochester, we're gonna have Counselor Kenny come up with me on that one. And I just want to recognize, I think they're coming in, I hope, so. There's a lot of logistics. I haven't seen them yet. Wow. Come on in. Did your coach dye his hair blonde too? I love it. Did your coach do that? Hey coach, come on up. Your coach Jamie. Awesome. How can you dye your hair blonde?
My wife.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep, so really appreciate it, all of you being here. We're very proud of you, and this is your executive counselor, Joe Kenny, and alumnus, so there you go. And actually, this was his idea. So why you're here today, it was a great, great idea to have you up here. And I was looking at what you did on the game today, first one in 19 years or something. Congratulations. That's awesome. Really proud of you. So I'm going to read this commendation. Why do we have the coach? Coach, why don't you come on up? So recognizing the 2025-2026 Spalding High School men's ice hockey team. And whereas the Spalding High School men's ice hockey team demonstrated outstanding work ethic throughout the 2025-2026 season, representing their community with pride. And whereas the Red Raiders entered the postseason with a strong sense of purpose and unity, overcoming challenges and rising to the occasion against top competition. And whereas on March 14, 2026, Spalding captured the NHIAA Division II State Championship with a 3-1 victory over Oyster River at Southern New Hampshire University Arena, securing the program's first title in 19 years. And whereas the team's performance was marked by disciplined play, timely scoring, and strong defensive effort, including a decisive third-period goal that broke a tie and propelled the Red Raiders to victory. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Jamie Ferrullo, the team's success reflects the hard work, perseverance, and dedication of the student athletes, coaches, families, and supporters who contributed to a memorable championship season. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the State of New Hampshire, and the Executive Council, do hereby commend the 2025-2026 Spalding High School men's ice hockey team for their remarkable achievement in winning the NHIAA Division II State Championship, and extend the congratulations and appreciation of the State of New Hampshire for their outstanding representation of their school and the Granite State. Thank you. Yeah, do you want to say? Thanks. Do you want to say anything, Coach? Huh? All right.
Thank you, everybody, for having us. It's truly an honor to be here. What these kids accomplished is tremendous for our community, for our families, and we're just going to be more proud and go Red.
All right, let's go. So we'd love to get a picture with the executive council and so it's like the dying blonde that you can do these things. All right, I like it. Can't see you. All right, I'm gonna get back here. Right.
hockey in school? Were you a hockey fan? No.
Yes, I am the softball coach. I was here a couple years ago, yes. Yes, still coaching. 35 years and counting.
Wow, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Fantastic. All right, we have one more Division team, we have Division 3 team to recognize. Bring in Kingswood here. And also Counselor Penny. So a lot of good athletes with Counselor Penny Division 3. And Kingswood is in Wolfboro. Right? Come on in, guys. Come on in.
You gotta go up there.
And this is Counselor Penny, this is your executive counselor. And I know we have a number of coaches that are all here, but Matt, Churchill, Bob, Mike today, and Nick Patenza. Thank you all. Glad you're all here. Coach, come on up. Oh, no, but you can if you want to. That's good. There you go. All right, so we're recognizing the 2025-2026 Kingswood High School men's ice hockey team, the Division 3 champions, whereas the Kingswood, and by the way, I looked this up, and apparently the final minute was a thriller, right? 30 seconds, a thriller. I love it. Whereas the Kingswood Regional High School men's ice hockey team demonstrated outstanding determination and resilience through the 2025-2026 season, representing their school and community with pride. And whereas the Knights built upon the experience of a hard-fought overtime loss in the previous year's championship game, returning this season with renewed focus and a commitment to achieving their goal. And whereas on March 14, 2026, Kingswood captured the NHIAA Division III championship with a thrilling 2-1 overtime victory over Burling Gorham at Southern New Hampshire University Arena, finishing the season with an impressive 17-4 record. And whereas the team displayed exceptional perseverance and composure, rallying to tie the game in the final seconds of regulation before securing the championship in overtime. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Mike Patenza, the team's success reflects the dedication, hard work, and unity of the student athletes, coaches, families, and supporters, and marks the program's first state championship since 1999. Nice. Now, therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, and the Executive Counselor, Governor of the State of New Hampshire, and the Executive Council do hereby commend the 2025-2026 Kingswood High School men's ice hockey team for their remarkable achievement in winning the NHIAA Division III state championship, and extend the congratulations and appreciation of the State of New Hampshire for their outstanding representation of their school and the Granite State. Thanks, Coach. So we'd love to get all the counselors up and grab sit in for a picture. How you all doing tonight? Thanks for coming down. Big accomplishment. Pretty exciting. Why you brought the black? I like it. Please come forward, and I know that Vice Chancellor Chuck Lloyd is here. And Smokey, and Smith, Vice Chair of the board, long-standing state representative as well. Great to see all of you. So, I'm going to commend the community college. I will use my notes. There you go. Whereas the community college system of New Hampshire plays a vital role in expanding access to high-quality, affordable higher education for residents across the Granite State, serving students of all ages, backgrounds, and aspirations, including recent high school graduates, working adults, first responders, and veterans. And whereas CCSNH provides workforce-aligned education and training that directly supports New Hampshire's economy by preparing students for high-demand careers in healthcare and advanced manufacturing, information technology, skilled trades, public service, and other essential fields. And whereas the colleges of CCSNH partner with local employers, pre-K-12 schools, K-12 schools, universities, and community organizations to create pathways that strengthen regional economies, promote lifelong learning, and support student access. And whereas CCSNH offers flexible learning opportunities, including short-term credentials, apprenticeships, online and hybrid courses, and transfer pathways, ensuring students can balance education with work and family responsibilities. And whereas the faculty and staff of the community college system of New Hampshire are dedicated educators and mentors whose work promotes academic excellence, strengthens communities, and represents a sound public investment by advancing economic mobility and developing a skilled workforce that benefits individuals, families, businesses, and the state as a whole. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, the Governor of the State of New Hampshire and the Executive Council do hereby proclaim April of 2026 as the Community College Month in the state of New Hampshire, and encourage all residents to recognize, celebrate, and support the community college system of New Hampshire and its contributions to education opportunity, workforce development, and the prosperity of our state. And we have one of the top 10 community college systems in the country. We're very proud of your work and your continued partnership, and we look forward to continue to expand the career pathways that you're all working on. So thank you for your amazing work. Chancellor, let me present this to you. Thank you. And we'd love to get a picture if you'd like to say a few words. Want to get a And would you like to say anything?
Well, I don't know how well we would fare on ice against the teams that you recognized earlier, but we are also a team sport. Excellent work of our faculty and staff, supported by the state, aligned with the needs of employers, preparing our students for opportunities to contribute to the future of New Hampshire. We are a team as well. So thank you very much. We value the continued investment and support we receive from Executive Council and Governor and Legislature over the years. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you very much for your leadership. We can get the council come forward so we can get a picture. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Exactly. Good strategy.
I call the meeting of the Governor and Executive Council to order, and I ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the March 25th council meeting.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Next, from the Office of the Secretary of State, we have a list of civil commissions. Can I please have a motion to confirm the list of civil commissions? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any to be added to the list? Hearing none, that matter is concluded. There are no resignations today. Now moving forward with the list of confirmations. Can I please have a motion to confirm Christina Demers of Hempstead as the Division of Finance and Audit Director of the State Liquor Commission?
Motion. Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to say,
Councilor Stevens?
Governor, I really appreciate this nomination from the Director and Commissioner. I would say one thing that there was an audit recently that required this position, and I appreciate the Commissioner in making sure he fills the audit recommendations with regard to this position. So sometimes departments don't follow all the audit recommendations, and this one he did, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to say that like you were
Councilor Kenny.
talking about, Christina, she's been in state service for about 17 years. Her colleagues and people around her think the utmost of her performance, due diligence, and whether it's, pick up here or there, she's always at work, crunching numbers, making that department run. Commissioner Mollington on this run exceedingly well. She's one of the good ones in state government.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Hannah Eitenberg of Nashville to the Board of Registration of Podiatrists?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Kenny?
This is a very interesting nominee who's highly qualified for this position. I spent over an hour on the phone talking about this person who literally, her ancestry comes from Lithuania and came to the United States, worked her way up through the educational system and in the podiatry field. It's an exceptional story of an exceptional family that came to the States and really lived the American dream, and who are here in New Hampshire with all their education, knowledge, and expertise. So those are the people that New Hampshire likes to respect. So I think it's a wonderful nomination and encouragement on this department.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Kenny. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then please have a motion to confirm James H. Dolan Jr. of Exeter to the Board of Registration of Podiatrists.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. And I please have a motion to confirm Natasha Bezuski of Northampton to the Board of Registration of Podiatrists.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Christy L. Johnson of Wyndham to the Community College System of New Hampshire?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Timothy J. Powers of Hudson to the Community College System of New Hampshire?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Michelle C. Halligan Foley of Stratford to the Community College System of New Hampshire?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm William Cunningham of Twin Mountain to the Community College System of New Hampshire?
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Leoka?
Thank you. I wanted to say how much I enjoyed the conversation that I had with Will. In addition to being an alum of the Community College System of New Hampshire, he also is actually an alum of two programs of the Community College System. He also is does EMS in Twin Mountain and in that area, and so he really brings very good knowledge, especially about the rural needs of that part of our state and of the North Country, and I think he brings great insight and perspective to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a Can I please have a motion to confirm Wayne F. Lesperance of Henniker to the Higher Education Commission?
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Danielle T. Steele of North Sandwich to the Medical Director at the Department of Corrections, as the Medical Director at the Department of Corrections?
So moved. Second?
Any discussion? Councilor Leona?
Thank you, and I appreciated the opportunity to meet with Daniel by Zoom. It is notable that now much of our top leadership, the commissioner, the assistant commissioner, and now the medical director of our Division of Medical and Psychiatric Services at the Department of Corrections, do not have a corrections background. And so I did speak about that with this individual, and as I spoke with the commissioner and with the deputy commissioner, she's deputy or assistant, but anyway, I spoke with all of them during their interviews as well. I think they are all aware of that, and and are committed to making efforts to gain the particular knowledge and experience that they need to be excellent leaders of that department. And so I think it is notable, worth noting, but I do think that having awareness of this will allow these individuals to do the professional development that they need to succeed.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion of this nomination? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain. The motion carries. Next up, I would move to nominations. As the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, I nominate Susan M. Clausen of Concord. As the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Energy, I nominate Joshua W. Elliott of Goffstown. To the Board of Land Surveyors, I nominate Eric Salovich of Dover. To the Wetlands Council, I nominate Adam Kerrigan of Rollinsford. To the New Hampshire Veterans Home Board of Managers, I nominate Paul J. Lloyd of Concord. To the Board of Trustees for the University System of New Hampshire, I nominate James P. Burnett III of Concord. To the Board of Trustees for the University System of New Hampshire, I nominate Patrick W. Griffin of Moultonborough. That concludes the list of nominations for today's meeting. Moving on, I ask for a motion to adopt the consent calendar agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Any councilors have items they would like to remove from this agenda? Councilor Stephen?
4A.
4A. All right, any councilor? 5A, okay. Any other councilors have items you want to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, I would ask for a motion to, a vote on the consent agenda. Okay, so I would ask for a vote on the consent agenda with the exception of items 4A and 5A. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those are passed, and now we'll move on to item 4A. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Discussion. Councilor Stephen?
General here.
Yeah, the general is here, I believe. General Lights.
Good morning, General.
Good morning, sir.
General, this is probably my only opportunity to bring this up, so I'm not related to this item, because I probably won't see the rest of the day. I have a constituent in Londonderry that is being subject to vehicle emission standards and Hanson airplanes with her vehicle here, and they won't let her vehicle on the base because she can't get an emissions test in New Hampshire. I wanted to ask you if that DOT and that 2014 letter from Hanson, does the DOD require in New Hampshire that vehicles that are 60 personal vehicles, 60 days or more at any of our airbases have to have a vehicle emissions testing?
So I'm going to have to get information from you and get back to you.
Okay, then I appreciate you getting back to me as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are there any further questions for the Attorney General? Hearing none, all in favor of item 4A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I would ask for a motion and a second on item 5A. Discussion, Council Wheeler?
There's no language here about how this purchase or grant agreement, the nature conservancy here to buy.
Commissioner?
one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
So there's no language here that says whether this land will be open or closed to hunting and fishing as required by the law.
Well, I don't have an answer for you on that. If it's not specified that it is closed, then it would be open.
But the law says you have to tell us up front either way in the council agenda.
I would certainly, this is not my area of expertise,
I understand you really
and I was not prepared for this question at all. So,
So,
Table it.
sure, and then we can they can modify the item.
Modify the item, send it in the corrected link. That'd be good.
all right.
All right, move the table 5A.
Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries. 5A is tabled, and then we'll move on to the regular agenda. Moving on to the regular agenda, I just wanted to note that item 6 from the Business Finance Authority has been pulled. So we're going to move on to items 7 through 22 from the Department of Transportation. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 7 through 22 from the Department of Transportation. Second. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leon, Commissioner?
Good morning. Good morning, Governor and councilors. For the record, my name is David Rodriguez, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. With regard to agenda item 16, which is to continue the second phase of preliminary engineering design for the section of 93 passing through Fallen Concord from 89 through I-390 through 393, and by increasing the amount, increasing in the amount of $152,000. So it's about $4 million altogether for this that has been set aside to design this section. I guess my question is, this was something that came up a lot during the public hearing that we held on the 10-year highway plan, and I know it's still working its way through the House of what the final iteration will be, but as of right now, the 89, the Bow Junction, the Bow Concord safety improvements there are not included in the 10-year highway plan in this next version. And so but we also do know, I know that we were including in the 10-year highway plan some funds in recognition that even if the whole entire project isn't done, there are some components that are going to have to be done because the safety needs are so dire. So is that what this project, what this contract is intended to do, to help us prepare to do the sort of the minimum essentials of safety needs? And how are we going to make sure that because I think another piece is that we might look at some kind of a modified plan for Bow Junction, even if the large project can't be isn't completely funded. Can you just talk about how this project connects with the bigger picture?
Yes, I sure can. Thank you for the question. So what this project does is prepares the whole corridor for eventual reconstruction, for safety improvement projects, and to improve mobility as well. So this consultant contract will help us move through the NEPA phase for the whole project corridor, help us bring the project to a public hearing so that we are ready to move into the final design stage of the project, which will then break the corridor up into smaller individual projects as construction funding becomes available. So although we currently have a challenge with construction funding, we are moving forward on the preliminary engineering. So we're well positioned to take advantage of any funding opportunities in the future.
And also, we will be able to phase the project in. It's helping us get closer to take advantage of funding opportunities and also be able to take a phased approach, if that's what we end up needing to do.
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I know that is it's a major issue for my constituents, but it's also a major issue for everyone traveling through to get up to the North Country, to the Lake region. This is I know, the crossroads of the center of our state here. The other question that I had was on item number 22. This is for the H-1B visa. Can you please talk a little bit more about how this is addressing, I know that we have workforce shortages and vacancies at DOT. Can you talk a little bit about how this is intended to help with your staffing needs at DOT?
Yes, so the department currently employs 4 individuals who are on extensions of their student visa. When that visa runs out, if they do not have an alternative, they will leave the department and move on. We would like to keep them. This item is to allow us to contract with an immigration attorney who would support those employees through the H-1B visa process. And if they're successful through that process, they would be able to continue with us for another 3 years with a possible extension up to 6 years. These are 4 individuals who are already working with us, contributing to the department every day. We'd hate to lose them. The bad news is there was a drawing in the beginning of March for the people who would be included in this program. None of our 4 individuals were selected. We still want this contract in place because there may be an opportunity later in the summer for them to get back into the program, and we'd like to have the attorney support at that point to support them.
That is some disappointing news.
Before I see a group of students, and before we get to the next question, I was going to have Virginia introduce these students.
So these are the 4th graders from Maplewood School in Somersworth.
All right, here comes your executive council, Maplewood School. Great to see
How are you
you.
guys doing today? You having a good trip? Yeah. Absolutely. You guys are big and strong. Wow. That's pretty cool. So you just walked into the governing council chambers. We've been here forever, but we do the business of the state. We vote on contracts. Boards commission. Anybody wants to be a judge? We got 1 judge. We got 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Who wants to be governor? All right.
That's the better position, I think, actually. But if you want to be a judge, you have to come before us, but the governor has to nominate you. And then we get to confirm you as a judge. So I want to introduce Executive Council Karen Hill from District 2 over in the Hanover, Lebanon area. And this is District 3 Executive Council Janet Stevens from the Rye Portsmouth area. And this is Executive Council John Stevens from Manchester area. And our 5th and last is Council Wheeler, who represents the Milford area. And so I could talk about the Executive Council for a long time, but we've been around since 1679. I think that's a long time. Yeah. We used to be under the British colony, but now obviously 1784, have our own state, so we're under the state of New Hampshire. So who would like to meet the governor? Anybody would like to meet the governor? I think it's unanimous, Governor.
Well, we'd love to have you come by, and I'll give you, if you want to give me a high five, that'd be great. Otherwise, have an awesome day in the State House. We're so glad to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you, Governor.
Here you go. Here you go. Right up there, guys. You guys been to the Wayne Sporting Facility in Cabo?
that is some disappointing news. So as of now, they've not been selected, but this contract will allow us to prepare so that in the event there is a chance we can do that. So, do you have plans to fill these positions if we're not successful?
So these are engineering positions.
Yeah.
We have the ability to continue to recruit and fill engineering positions. So we're openly posting for those positions.
What is our vacancy rate on engineers, do you know?
So overall, department-wide, it's about 19%. Our Bureau of Construction's pretty well staffed when we remove them. Overall, it's about 24%. We have some bureaus where 3 of these individuals work that it's up to 33%.
And if we are successful in this program, when someone, we support someone to go through that process, then do they make a commitment to work for us for a certain period of time?
The way the H-1B visa works, it's very prescribed by law. Forgive me, I'm not an expert, but my understanding is that employers cannot bind an employee to stay with them in the future. However, their H-1B status is dependent on them continuing to work. These folks contribute greatly to the department. We appreciate them, and we would hope and expect that they stay with us. But there's nothing we can do to legally bind them to us.
I see. So safe to say, though, that this H-1B program could be really beneficial for our department.
This is a great tool that we want to take advantage of. It's one of many tools that we want to follow through on to increase our recruitment, especially of engineers and highway maintenance, winter maintenance positions, but all across the board.
Thank you.
Councilor Stephen.
Good morning, Commissioner, and thank you for speaking with me. We know that there are other state agencies using legal guidance for this process, correct?
We believe there are, yes.
Okay. If these employees should go through the process, we cannot recoup any of the legal fees that we have invested, correct?
That is correct.
However, if they do receive an H-1B visa, they may change employers, but they would risk losing their visa if they were to do so, correct?
They would. I believe, again, I'm not a legal expert there. My understanding is they have to stay employed in the field.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Stephen.
I have a few items. This one, because we're talking about it. The concern I have is I agree 100% with the program. At HHS, we had some great software engineers, and so I want to make sure we're furthering your interest here. Sole source, I have a concern because it's a law firm. What do we do to try to make sure there's other law firms that can compete with this price?
Right. So we worked with the Attorney General's office on the selection of this law firm. Forgive me, I didn't collaborate with the General beforehand, but I don't know if they might know.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Thank you. The provision of legal services to state government is the statutory and constitutional province of the Attorney General. So our position has always been if there's going to be legal services provided by some entity other than us, we have to oversee that and be part of that. So we are involved with the selection process. I think there's other items on the agenda today, maybe the Deferred Comp has one, where we're very involved in selecting appropriate counsel because they're basically acting on our behalf at our direction when they do that. The reason the contracts come to you is because if they're over $10,000, that's the threshold and they're coming out of general funds. But so it's not the case that because we're not doing an RFP, we're not thinking about value and appropriateness. But the only reason we ever go to outside counsel is when there's a specific legal need that we aren't institutionally capable of handling on our own. So we do a careful, thorough search and make sure we're selecting an organization that's going to provide appropriate legal services to the state.
Well, someone at the Attorney General did that, not someone at
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And then the other question I have is as I read this, it's like a very typical law firm's letter of engagement. They say 30,000, but then when you read Appendix D, it's, well, we could go beyond that. And they could expend dollars for education, training, all these other things.
Yeah.
The normal thing. And I can read you the language real see it.
Yeah, no,
All I wanna know is we're at 30,000 here, okay? We're at 30,000. And if those services are not enough for 30,000, we're watching that closely, but when I'm coming back here for more and more and more and more, we have attorneys soaking the state of New Hampshire for things that, you know, don't cost $300 to $500 an hour.
absolutely. Excellent point. I just want to confirm for you that the P37 language has the price limitation in it, and unless that's modified by Exhibit A, the order of precedence is that language controls. So even if that Exhibit B shouldn't have that language in it, but
Again, I'm not, look, if I was doing this, I would not allow that language. But the language is in here in Appendix B, and it says that the P37's cap on 30,000 only applies to if there are other issues regarding them, and they list all these things. We could charge more. It's your typical law firm
Sure.
language.
I'll be happy to take a look at that and make sure that in the future we don't permit
Yeah,
that
I
sort
want
of
to
language.
support the commissioner. I just want to make sure I highlight that.
Great. Thank you.
I do want to add one more thing. I agree with you. When I read through that, they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, in there. We have to give them permission to proceed with that. We do have a specific list of items that we believe would apply in this case, and we estimate that the cost per employee to go through the next part of the process based on these prices is $6,380 per employee. And we will not let that attorney do anything else in their long list without our approval. And you have my commitment, we will stick to what they've estimated for.
And just to be clear, with the approval of 30,000, there isn't legal authority to go beyond that, is there? Like, in other words, you wouldn't have the legal authority, in my view, to go beyond 30,000.
We would have to come back to the
Otherwise, you have to
council.
come back to the council, you wouldn't have the authority to do
If
that.
I can add to that, and these are the other items I have, 11 and 16, those are the governor's point. There are so many times that we see retroactive requests where, yes, you don't have the legal authority, but you go beyond it. And you come back to this council saying, please approve this in a retroactive way. I don't want to have that happen. That's my issue. There's a retroactive request at number 11 in your account, $263,000, community action. And it's on the software for vehicles, and it's important, and I get it. But, we're being asked now to go back retroactive and also extend the limitation. And we're being asked to extend the limitation here, I think it's this one, on a date so that it's gonna go extended, I think, another year, right? So,
Yes.
so all of a sudden, we're not changing the price limitation, but we're extending it for another year. Is there anything in here that's the fault of the software vendor? Because if there is, I want to make sure they're held accountable for not meeting the original timeline. There are items consistently that I've seen in this council that don't tell us as a council whether we're, as a state, using the Attorney General's office and holding accountable these vendors that consistently don't meet these timelines. If it's because of the department, that's a different story. So I'd like to know what the answer is.
Great. I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Winters to address the specifics on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Shelley Winters. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the DOT. Relative to item 11 in Belknap Merrimack Community Action, that's not a retroactive. That current contract expires June 30th of this year. That is not a project that the department is carrying forward. That is Belknap Merrimack Community Action is working directly with the vendor. They did have some change in some staff at the agency. They brought on another person that can help them try to expedite the testing and implementation. So I don't think, honestly, it's going to take a full year, but it will likely run into July and August. So it would probably be a few months. Again, it's no time, it's no additional money, but they need some additional time to work with the new staff member who's has a little bit more technical expertise to help them work with the vendor and work through any corrective actions or testing items so that they have a full implementation of a GPS real-time location for scheduling paratransit trips for their agency.
Okay, thank you. Again, my issue is not being addressed here. It's okay. I'm just saying, it's 16 that's the retroactive. So back to me on that. I'm not gonna be against this item. It's community action, it's important. I just wanna make sure we start holding these vendors accountable when they don't meet timelines, unless it's the result of the state.
Thank you, and yes, we will get back to you on this particular item with the details. And we do understand your concern, and absolutely, there are retroactive contract extensions that we bring to the council. I can assure you, we do work very closely with our consultants, our contractors, and our vendors to minimize those. But we are pushing a lot of work through, and sometimes it costs more to stop to wait for those approvals. But I certainly understand your concern.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the one, the 16 is an example of, in December of '25, that was supposed to be completed, that phase. And then all of a sudden, we're hearing today that we need to extend that and go retro. I'm assuming the department has gone ahead and paid the vendor, or did you say to stop that work on Council Hills area, or did they continue that work in the hope that we're going to come here and just get our approval?
Yes, so we still have a year in this contract, so if this item was not approved today, that money would come off of the end of the project. So we would not be able to spend it.
But this was more the department's concern because of staffing and everything else.
This is the uncertainty in funding and uncertainty in staffing has really extended the length of this contract. We really want to build concurrence and support from the city of Concord, the town of Bow, and everything, and we need to keep moving to do that. This is one of our top 3 priorities with Federal Highway, to have an environmental permit for this project by next April, and we do need to keep working on it to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Kenny.
Thank you, Governor. First of all, I support it. I just wanted to make sure that we're using engineers that are outside the country that do a lot of work here and participate in our state government. And this might be a question more for adding services, but when we have a statewide agency strategy when it comes to looking at foreign workers or positions in state government that we can't fill within the state of New Hampshire.
Right. I can speak for the Department of Transportation. This is one of the tools we would like to be able to use in the future to help attract employees. When these particular 4 employees came to work with us, they were taking a risk that either they were going to find a way to extend their visas, or we were going to be able to step in and support them through the H-1B process. Doing things like approving this contract today, though, can let applicants know that we will support them in the future through that process, and that could help us significantly with recruitment. Right now, it is not a recruitment tool that we use.
And I only mention that, Governor, because if you look at DEA and traveling services in our state park system, the J-1 visa could be potentially used. It's used in the private sector all the time, drawing in a lot of talent into our state. So if we're looking at, jobs that maybe people in New Hampshire, because of pay or for whatever reason, don't want to take up, can we use the foreign worker program?
We've not historically done a statewide strategy on doing that because there's been, I think, a policy emphasis in the state in trying to recruit as much as we can state workers to state jobs, and particularly our in-state workers. So we tend to be more focused on outreach to colleges and high schools, et cetera. That said, there are various departments where there are niches where they might utilize some sort of program like that. Like for park workers, we probably wouldn't get into that if the NCR will never work with us, we would. But generally, it's been a policy interest of the state to not prioritize foreign workers as much as try to grow our own domestic labor. That said, this this is not a rare thing. It's relatively uncommon, but there are a few cases here and there where this does happen in special education.
Okay, thank you. And I did have another question about the DOT commissioner.
Sure.
Thank you. So we're dismantling the General Sullivan Bridge. See, the equipment there. The public wants to know, what are the timelines for that bridge to completely go away? Obviously, there's action going on there, but is there a timeline and what's the synchronization as far as removing the bridge, the hazardous bridge, what happens to this process?
Right. So I will need to follow up on the schedule specifically. Haven't had an update in a while. The last update that I had was it's the contractor's schedule to remove that bridge through this summer and fall season. And then next winter, when they have what we call an in-water work window, they will start to remove the trestle that they constructed to do the demolition. As part of this bridge removal project, that bridge, obviously, old bridge, lead paint and everything, the contractor's responsible to contain that and anything that they have to remove to cut the steel in the removal process, and then they're required to dispose of that according to environmental rules.
Okay. Because every time I go into Newark, Newark is going to play my play what's going on out there, so I kind of like to know myself what's going on there. So, okay, so.
I can get you a further update so that next time you talk to Mr. Newark, you can let him know exactly what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for supporting and releasing the findings of the I-95 safety improvements, the study which was commissioned and conducted by Stantec. And the findings are very promising for a vertical suicide deterrent system. 2 systems were identified which show promise. Along with these 2 systems, not compromising the integrity of the bridge. So I thank you for putting that forward, and thank you for releasing it. And now we're on to phase 2. As you and I have discussed, this is going to require over 12,000 hours of technical analysis, wind modeling, weight loading. So again, the sooner we get this done, the better, but I fully realize it's 12,000 hours of engineering and modeling.
So one point of correction, my mistake. I told you 12,000 hours. It's actually 1,200 hours. My apologies, Counselor.
That counts.
Sincere apologies.
That's significant, okay.
Still a lot of hours, though.
Still a lot of hours, yes.
So we're still looking at a minimum of 8 months to get the findings from the engineering study in phase 2 in hand, correct?
We are expecting it'll be about a year before we have that study complete, review, and Maine and New Hampshire get comfortable with that additional fencing on the bridge.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the Council Wheeler.
Couple of items. Item number 7 seems a little unusual, the dollar amount for getting to the water easement. Can you first explain, most of the ones we're seeing are $10,000, $15,000, and this is 57, and it's a lot more over 5 years.
A lot longer, yes.
Yes, so this one is, again, probably one of the longest ones that we'll see. It's 1,351 linear feet, so it's in accordance with statute. And so the property owner, in this case, the condominium association, that's the amount of land that they own across from the railroad corridor on the shores of Lake Winnipesaukee. So the running foot is established in accordance with statute. So that's and then it's multiplied by the running foot fee under statute. So it is one of the most expensive ones, or to the state, the biggest revenue generators that we'll see coming forward to us, but it's all done in accordance with statute that is specific for dock leases only.
Who owns the land between the track and the water? speak about this, because I see in the packet of their signs put up private way. They want signs put up private way. So I want to know if the public can still, you know, park at their friend's house a quarter mile away and walk down there and go fishing. And cross that, you know, cross the tracks and go fishing beyond between the tracks and the water.
They cannot, right now, if we did not give this dock lease, the public has no right to go across the river, to trespass going across an active railroad track, to go to the shorefront. This dock lease statute does not require the state to go to, in accordance with 440, to make the land available to the municipalities. The statute directly for linear butters who are separated from the shorefront. So the signs that you're seeing are when they put in their pedestrian crossing for their residents of the condo association, so that is the association members only who have the legal and vested right in accordance with statute to access that, so that there aren't other members of the general public who come across that public crossing, which they provide the insurance and indemnification for to get to the shorefront.
So again, I'm concerned that the language in there about hunting conditions. I don't think people are gonna ask if they can cross the railroad tracks to get to the other side, but this almost bans them, or double bans them, from doing that. And I think we really need to look at this. They really need to be able to go fishing on the shore, especially when the state owns the shore.
Councilman Kenny, excuse me, Councilor Wheeler, before I interrupt you, I'm going to introduce the group, because I think it's going to be a longer discussion, if that's okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Virginia, who do we have here?
So this is Holderness Central School. Yay!
Okay.
Oh, good. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Karen Leo Hill. I'm your executive counselor. And we're here, we're having a meeting of the governor, and there are 5 of us on the executive council. We get together basically twice a month to do all the business of the state. You see this pile of documents here. That was our homework for today. We're going to be voting on all those contracts. All right, and we're in the middle of talking about, what are we talking about right now?
We're going fishing.
We're going fishing, that's right. We're talking about fishing. This is a really interesting one. Does anyone like to go fishing? All right. And so we have one of the topics that we're talking about is, well, Councilor Wheeler, why don't you tell them real quick?
We're talking about how to have access to the state's public waters and public land, and can we lease that to a private entity and then ban the general public for not having that access to get to the waters for fishing?
So we're trying to figure out how we can make sure that people can have access to do some fishing. So we talk about all different kinds of things, and I'll just introduce real quick. This is Councilor Kenny from District 1. He represents the North Country all the way up to Canada. I'm in District 2, and I represent from basically Concord and Holderness over to the Vermont border. And then this is Councilor Janet Stevens, who represents the Seacoast area. Councilor John Stephen represents Manchester and the towns around that. And Councilor Wheeler represents District 5, that's the Nashua-Milford area. And then, of course, at the head of our table, we have the governor, Governor Kelly Ayotte, and she's the one who's in charge of running the meeting, and we get to do all the votes. So if you'd like to come down this way, I think the governor is happy to shake your hand or give you a high five, and we can pound it on the way by if you want. Pound it. Thanks for coming. What's your favorite thing so far? Sitting in the chairs, yeah. Did you guys get to see the Krista McCollum statue outside? Yeah, that's pretty cool too, isn't it? Oh, thank you. Very good. Hey, well, thanks so much for coming, you guys. Yeah, thanks. Hey, thanks for coming. My favorite part is the golden job. I love that. Thank you so much for coming. Nice to meet you guys. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, it's really a pleasure. Yeah. It gives us a nice little break too, doesn't it? Are you at school? Oh, seriously? Oh, how fun. Oh, terrific. And what ship are you in? Oh, that's fun. So you get to be in that area. Awesome. Very good. Oh, good. Well, it's so nice that we get to have you as a guest as well. Thank you.
for the AET in Bedford. That project is currently under construction, and some work is actively going on there. The overhead gantry is on site, and the instrumentation for the all-electronic tolling is being installed. And there's some testing that needs to take place, but by the middle of this summer, we expect the all-electronic tolling to be in place. And then later in the summer and the fall, we will be demolishing the existing toll booths.
The existing booths still functional?
They are functional and they are working in the AET type configuration where the tolls are all electronic.
So you're bringing this item to us retroactive 6 months after the contract was ended. Why?
Yes, I believe the reason for that is our internal workforce not getting this amendment turned around and in place sooner.
So what if we said we're not paying? Did they went ahead and did 6 months more work without our authorization?
Yes, the project is continuing.
You didn't catch that? Because someone's not watching the end of the contract?
No, I think we did catch that. I think it was the work to get the item prepared and to the council.
So we owe them for 6 months' work?
So this is a contract extension in time only. It is not an increase in cost for the project. So they are continuing to support the contract as they were originally contracted to do. And we should get we should not be bringing retroactive items to you. We should be bringing these to you ahead of time.
So they were paid the 6 months' work that we didn't authorize because their contract ended. Is that what you're saying?
I will have to check on the payments that have been made in the interim, but that is possible.
I think it's probably need to pay this to get that answer. This is very important. You don't pay people this month, council hasn't authorized. It says it's been 6 months' work. But I think we need to get to the bottom of this. And I think we ought to table this.
Council Leo Hill.
Thank you, I appreciate the presentation. What are the consequences to Sheila? Does this make it less likely that this project can be completed within the timeframe? I just want to understand what the implications might be.
It does. It makes it likely that we will have to delay the testing of the existing equipment that we've actually just asked the contractor to accelerate as much as they can so we can get those toll booths demolished and out of the roadway.
I am mindful that a major reason that we're going to the automatic, what is it called?
All electronic tolling.
Thank you, all electronic polling is partially in large part due to safety issues, and I think we did just have an incident that the governor was involved with in a heroic manner. I was just, yeah.
Much more heroic than distressing. So, yes, I was present at a incident at that toll booth. And if I understand it, there are significant, it wasn't the first time there had been a crash there. There's been more than one crash there. Despite a fire. And I also want to thank my state police, detail for the incredible work. And firefighters for the incredible work.
And with that being said, while I concur with Councilor Wheeler's concern about how this has come about, I just want to caution against, I'd like to avoid delaying this project and make sure that we get this done as quickly as we can, since public safety is ever
meet for another 3 weeks, I think, is that correct? Yeah, we only have one meeting in April here, so, you know, and we have a short construction season in New Hampshire.
Did you have a question, Councilor Stevens?
Well, I was going to give you a shout out, Governor, for your heroic actions on April 1st, and we'd love to see, I believe your state trooper is here who assisted.
Well, so if I were speaking from maternal right now, which I will channel him, how's that? And we are, first of all, the people that serve our state police throughout are terrific. And the people that work with me that you often see are absolutely terrific. And this individual is fantastic and has my utmost respect and admiration for having seen this person in action. But I think that they like to work in the background. So at some point we'll have an opportunity, I'm sure, to recognize them. But I think Maternal would like to keep them in the background sometimes.
Thank you.
But I appreciate it. They're awesome, so I appreciate them.
And in terms of NETs, we've had our series of accidents, fatal accidents in Hampton, and we are heading into a very heavy traffic season. I know 85 to 100,000 cars are going through the Hampton tolls that make up to 120 this season. So expediting this with the vendor, we're looking at an October completion date. How much sooner would that be?
Well, the completion date for this project is later than October, so we are pushing to, so this HMT, their work will be done by October. Their work is in construction support services for the overhead pantry, for the electronics and things but the construction project will continue a little longer than that. If we table this today, we will have to look at the schedule, and we'll have to make sure that we can still complete this consultant's work by that date.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Kenny?
Thank you, Governor. Just so I'm clear on this, Commissioner, is the DOT policy is that we're going to involve electronic system, voting system, voting system around the state of New Hampshire, or are we looking at the SNO standpoint? And I only ask that because when I go I-95 up into Maine, from time to time, I spend a lot of time up there. And there are times when, my easy counsel wasn't sure if it's going to work or not. I know the orange one doesn't work. I don't know if we can fix that, but but the whole point is that they always have a cash line. And so I always feel as though the vacation land state, so out-of-state tourists, they don't have an easy pass. They at least pay cash or change or something. Are we getting totally away from that in New Hampshire? And why?
So we have on the Spalding Turnpike, and this project will do that on the Effie Everett Turnpike coming up. Currently, what the 10-year plan includes, and it's already underway, it was the last 10-year plan cycle, is looking at Hampton to come up with a plan for all electronic tolling. And there has been no plan yet for Hooksett, either to look at it, plan it, or to install all electronic tolling. Although the department's position is all electronic tolling is the safest, the quickest, reduces delay for everybody, and reduces emissions. I understand other states have chosen to keep a manned toll booth on either side. That has not been the model that we've pursued here in New Hampshire. The big reason, there's two big reasons. One, it's significantly more expensive because you need the infrastructure. You need a little bit more room to get them out of the way to do that, but you also need to staff it. And for those two reasons, it does significantly increase the cost for the turnpike system. So those are the reasons. It's for understand, and I do want to, I really appreciate that for our toll takers. They've always taken great pride in the work that they do, and we have great stories about people that drive through. But it's not unlike the welcome centers and the rest area. We continue to be restricted and encouraged to be more efficient and effective. And in order to do that, we do give up some of this hand-on personal touch. No doubt.
Move the table, item 14.
I'll second.
All in favor of the table motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 14 is tabled. Any further discussion of the remaining items? Hearing none, all in favor of items 7 through 22, with the exception of item 14, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 23 through 28 from the Department of Information Technology. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 29 from the Deferred Compensation Committee.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Abstain.
The motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 30 from the Community Development Finance Authority. So moved. Second. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 31 through 32 from the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So moved. Second. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leo Hill.
Good morning, sir. For the record, David Nicolaitis, Adjutant General Commissioner, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is about agenda item number 31 with the final contract renewal option with Easterfield and to increase access to mental and behavioral health services for service members and veterans of the state of New Hampshire, extending the completion date to next year, so a one-year renewal. Can you talk about what the experience has been with Easterfield and how they are delivering on the previous contract and why you are moving forward with this one-year extension?
Yes, ma'am. In this particular case, it's been exceptional, right? So the New Hampshire National Guard, we lost our care coordination program due to federal funding reductions. We rely on Easterfield to take up sort of the catchment for both our service members and the veteran community. This is a third year of a 3-year contract extension. $212,000, $212,000. Here we are for phase 3. I think we did a pretty good job of breaking out the specifics of what they do with their compliance and the number of veterans they have sort of provided services to. The bottom line, they're doing a great job for us. And the veterans of the state of New Hampshire walk for us.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Councilor Wheeler.
Item 32 does not have the required hunting and fishing language. That's required by the manual of procedures. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to allow it there, but either way, it's supposed to state why. I don't have a map to see if this easement would access any other public or private land for hunting, for an example. So I moved the table, item 32.
Mental Health Center Association. That was my second request. Can you get back to me on what that, how that's going to be accomplished, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Counselor Kenny.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Couple things. One is on, a few years ago, the department supported the closed loop referral system. I'm wondering, is it working? Have you seen any activity from what that is on this work?
So Brent Fraser. So Brent Fraser, he runs our division of community-based military program. I believe he can answer that question.
Governor, councilors, thank you for the question. It's certainly been an area that we've worked closely with the Department of Health and Human Services. Our department is part of a monthly advisory group that works with the prime vendors, works with a lot of the key stakeholders from around the state, some of which were already mentioned today. We have and certainly do see military and veterans equities integrated in that effort. Much of it is integrated from a New Hampshire asked the question perspective. Have you or a family member ever served in the military? And the prime contractors have worked to integrate that as a framework to identify veterans, to screen veterans, and to help defer them with appropriate services. So the short answer is yes.
So the closed loop referral system, can you say what is working for that?
I think we're on a positive glide path towards a pilot in the Upper Valley that'll start relatively soon, and they're absolutely integrating thoughts, concerns, and activities of veterans.
So I love the Upper Valley. I used to represent it, so I'm just more concerned about the whole country, the race region, and the other county area. If someone comes in and, for whatever reason, they are examined for a veteran, is that closed loop referral system going to work and refer them to the services that they need to get?
So I would defer the broader strategic plan to the Department of Health and Human Services, but our understanding is that this Upper Valley pilot will serve to be able to be scaled and projected out across the rest of the state through a phased approach. So I think that's to come and share your concerns with respect to the healthcare in the rural areas.
So, I appreciate that. I think it's important for this council to get updates periodically. Because we voted for this system, we want to support our veterans, we want to make sure our new veterans come out actively, we know it's available, and that they get the services that they really entitled to. Because there has been some questions about how effective this is, but we understand it's going to be a long mile implementation process. But at the same time, we as a council want to push everybody in the state government to work harder for our veterans. Just as we work harder for our veterans up at the folks' homes and other places. So please give us periodic updates on this and tell us, frankly, is it working or not, this pilot program that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of item 31, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 33 for the Department of Corrections. Second. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt late item G from the Department of Corrections.
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Counselor Stevens.
Good morning, Bill Hart, Department of Corrections, and just for the Assistant Commissioners here with me.
Good morning, Commissioner. Well done in regards to putting forward this contract to expedite restitution payments. We know that 60% of offenders had not paid in 60 days. Upwards of $2 million was being held up, and 8,000 of those that owed funds were not paying. So well done, and the staff that are presently doing work on this, they will now transition for enforcement, correct?
That's right. In general, yes.
We still have issues with our offender management system, and I was reassured by my conversation this morning that analysts
gonna be a difficult one, because there's like 8 or 9 different modules, and you're still working with them all, and it's hard to parse it out. And I just hope it's not gonna be something that, you know what, it's too difficult. And I wanna make sure, and I know the Attorney General's office here, I want this council to be updated, because I've had victims in my district that have not been paid restitution for months, as you know, Commissioner, and I appreciate your efforts, applaud your efforts, because you're the one that's taking the bull by the horn to make sure that they get paid, and they all tell me the same thing, but they're still waiting. And hopefully this is gonna change things, but again, this goes out to the Attorney General's office. I wanna be updated. I wanna know what exactly is gonna happen to this vendor to make sure after a contract we approve, with 8 or 9 different modules, $2 million, no longer gonna have the restitution aspect of that contract we approved, and we're now hiring another vendor. How are they gonna be held accountable? I wanna make sure that we're notified. Can I make sure that the Attorney General's office will notify us? As a council.
Hi, thank you. For the record, Christopher Bond, Associate Attorney General. Yes, I do understand you had a conversation with an Attorney General yesterday, and we're absolutely working with the department to look into as we would in any instance. I heard your comments earlier on another item, a similar concern about holding vendors accountable. We're always available to work with any agency, and we determine that there's a breach and there's appropriate remedies the state can pursue, where all options are always on the table to pursue those when it's appropriate to protect taxpayer funds. Absolutely.
And I appreciate that, and appreciate the Commissioner and his staff. But I was told this one's hard because of that contract, parsing out, it's hard. But in the state of New Hampshire, we don't just look at hard, we do what's right. And that's all I'm asking.
Sure, and my understanding is that we're actively looking to pursue whether there are, opting out.
Thank you. That's all I have to
Thank you. And this may be a question for the Attorney General's office. We know that in the original contract, the $6.5 million contract, there was a $521,000 contingency, correct?
Yes.
That has not been touched at this point.
That's correct.
Additionally, in the maintenance contract, again, that was a $1.6 million contract. There was a $604, I believe, contingency, where there is $604,000 remaining in that contract. Those funds have not been touched, correct? I don't want to see another dime going to this vendor. Thank you.
If I might respond to Councilor,
Yes.
I wouldn't have taken this position if I was nervous about hard things. You're not afraid of hard things.
I've seen it firsthand. Thank you.
Councilor Leal.
Thank you. I share the concerns of my colleagues about this vendor. Clearly, we were not satisfied with the vendor's performance in this particular area. It has led to victims not being not receiving the restitution that they deserve, that has been adjudicated through the justice system, and that is another injustice being perpetrated on victims who have already been victims. And so I think I want to appreciate the department for bringing this forward, and I especially want to appreciate Councilor Stevens for raising this to our attention at the last council meeting, and for the department's quick action on this. We really owe it to victims to make sure that we are helping them receive the justice that they deserve, and we also owe it to the taxpayers to make sure that the taxpayers are receiving good value for the dollars that we spend on their behalf. And so I hope that that the Attorney General's office will be looking into how we can hold this vendor accountable and make sure that the taxpayers are made whole through this process. So thank you.
Councilor Stevens, before we do that, I'm going to introduce the last section on. Who do we have?
We have students from Danville in Council Stevens District.
Oh, well, that's perfect. That's great. There's your
Hey
executive.
guys, welcome. How's your day going? Good. So we had one of your heroes here at the Executive Council meeting a few weeks ago. It was the K-9 crew. You guys all know crew? Yeah. Oh yeah. He's kind of a celebrity in your town. 4, and Councilor Wheeler, who represents District 5. And at the end of the table is Governor Ayotte. So I hope you all go down and shake her hand. Thanks for being here.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Love to say hello. Glad you're here at the State House.
I'm Councilor Stevens. I'm Janet Stevens.
Do you guys want to shake hands with the governor?
Yeah. All right.
Follow me in a single file.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for being here. What's your favorite one? Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming, guys. I like the golden. Thanks for being here. What's your favorite part so far? What's your favorite part so far? Probably the turkey. Very good. I'm glad you got your mom. So it's the turkey. Nice to give a little break in our meeting too. Thanks for visiting. Nice time. Oh, thanks so much for being here. Thank you. I'm glad you got to come. Thanks so much.
Hey, I think we left it. Councilor Stevens had her hand up again. We're in the middle of that discussion, if I remember correctly here.
I do want to make it perfectly clear that this Avalos contract is something that you inherited, no fault of your own, and that you're being proactive. And secondly, I don't want to lose sight of the great work that has been done by Jess and the team on, contemporizing our restitution program. And maybe you could just talk about how transformative this new software is going to be.
I've been very concerned that I wouldn't be able to see over the podium, so you can't see me, I'm sorry. As we've all talked about already, in May of 2025, our department moved from Chorus C4 to Chorus V8, and in that update, we lost our ability to automate restitution payments. So this new vendor moving into this contract with Fieldware will restore that capability. But in addition to that, it also will allow us to collect more from offenders by working as a collections agency. So just like any other time someone owes money, they'll start to receive automated text messages, automated letters, automated emails. And then we also allow for Fieldware allows for more multi-channel options for payment. So they'll be able to pay by credit card over the phone, which we currently can't accept. They'll be able to go to several retail stores throughout the country in order to pay cash at a retail store. They'll be able to mail money orders and many more options. So it will allow us to collect more on behalf of victims, and it will restore our ability to distribute funds to them. In addition, Counselor, you also mentioned that we have 4 collections officers currently, and we'll be able to focus them on being able to hold offenders accountable when they haven't made their payment in 60 days or more. So there's really just so many benefits to moving to this new platform and this new service, and yes, we're very excited about it. Thank you.
And they will be working with county attorneys to enforce provisions of restitution payments, correct?
Our first step in the plan for our collections officers is to strengthen our relationships with county attorneys in courts throughout the state. We've been doing a lot of enforcement work already, but this gives us the opportunity to expand that work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Kenny.
Thank you, Pat, for the great answers on the restitution payment. But I'm kind of a So the offenders, if they file bankruptcy,
we review their financial status, and the court then would determine whether or not they were expected to pay. Restitution payments are part of the sentence that is court ordered.
Because you can never get rid of your student loans. I'm just wondering if people with offenders can get away with, some of their obligated restitution payments. I just find it comes out. I just want to know that. Thank you.
Any further discussion of this item? I want to thank the assistant commissioner and the deputy commissioner for really taking this on, because we're not getting restitution, and they did inherit this, but they showed leadership and they're really standing up for victims here, and they're going to do whatever we can to fix this system. So I just want to thank you for that, and for the members of the department that are working on this. It was an important thing to do, so we appreciate you very much. Thank you. So all in favor of late item G, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 34 and 35 from the Fish and Game Department. Second. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens?
Thank you, Director.
Councilors, thank you. Executive Director Stephanie Simic, from New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Director, I know I spoke to you, but I want to make sure you can clarify for me. The indirect was what was concerning me on this small amount. It's an important service, but it was 26% indirect.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
that's a federal issue, I get that.
Yes, sir.
But we know that we've had other commissioners, or Joe Miller, for example, has been able to negotiate no matter what, with the university to keep a cap. And, I appreciate the governor's leadership here. And I'm not at the point where I don't want to vote on anything that's more than 10% on the indirect anymore.
I understand that.
So, and that's the requirement I had when I was commissioner. And the Go North had up to 10%, and community college was a 4% indirect. So a lot of these dollars can go to people and what the services out there. In this contract, I want you to explain to me, there is a cost share from the university.
Yes, sir.
So it almost seems like they're putting back into this service more, and then that might offset that issue that I have. So can you explain how that's it?
So to that point, yes, you're correct. They are providing the full match value, which is in excess of just over $33,000 for this project. They are also, I will mention that UNH is working with us, and they are also only charging us the indirect rate for their off-campus, which is considerably less than their on-campus charges. I do want to mention also that it does vary according to different federal regulations and grants, what you can negotiate and can't negotiate. And the subrecipient's indirect rate is a cost rate that's negotiated directly between the institution and the federal entity. And along those lines, it's been a longstanding understanding for all Fish and Game and Fish and Wildlife agencies across the nation that under federal rules, which I believe it's CFR 200-414, that we as departments are required to honor those indirect rates from the subrecipients for any projects that involve federal funding. And so those pre-negotiated rates, we're stuck with them as far as what those entities negotiated. Those are negotiated every several years, and in this case with UNH, theirs are going to be coming due again. I believe it's in 28 that they'll be renegotiating. But in this case, I agree that the subrecipient is actually giving us back quite a bit by having the match, by allowing having their staff on site also helps protect and maintain the building, the facility that's there, which is owned by DNCR. So it helps several agencies here, in addition to the work that they're actually doing for our department.
And I appreciate that clarification. The other issue you raised, though, it almost reminds me like the admissions debate we had. Some people at the federal government don't realize that in New Hampshire we have a governor and council point is, and I think that Director, other commissioners respect this, and there's nothing holding you back from going to the university and saying, I still have to go to the council. I still have to get approval and negotiate with them a lower indirect rate. That's all I'm going to say on that, and I appreciate your clarification, and I'm going to vote for this.
Sir, if I may add one more point. The concern that we have as an agency is that that may put us into audit risks and compliance risks if we negotiate a different rate, and then it puts UNH in a different a risky situation as well, given that they had a pre-negotiated rate under the current federal rules. Now, that being said, we are still working with them in different avenues and trying to negotiate things. I will also mention that I brought this up at the directors conference last week. The state directors, we all talked about this, and there may be some changes coming from the federal side in the long term, which might align much better with your desires, and ours as well.
I appreciate that, and again, if the auditors, no matter what happens here, there is a constitutional role of this council.
Absolutely.
And everybody seems to forget that, everybody, and we're not going to forget it in this case, at least with this council. Thank you.
Fully respected. Councilor Stevens.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I appreciate Councilor Stevens' comments, but I don't want to lose sight of how successful this program has been. The Turn Seabird Conservation Program. In 2016, we had 5 pairs of common terns. 25 were over 3,200. And a threatened endangered species, the rosé terns, are now up to 283 nests. So that is a significant accomplishment.
Yes, Councilor, you're absolutely correct. It's actually one of those star projects that people are looking at across the nation, honestly, for conservation. It's equivalent to what we did with eagles. We brought them back, we were able to delist them, and this is on the right track as well. I will also add that they just opened the 5-year review for the roseate, and so we'll see if we have if we're getting closer to our goal. But we certainly are doing better here in New Hampshire on this for these 2 species in particular.
As a follow-up, big shout out to Dr. Craig and her canine colleagues who are out there assisting her with enforcement. But well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilor Leonard.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to say I was glad to see agenda item number 34. This is the public boat access to Crystal Lake in Enfield, which is just a treasure. And I know it has been in need of rehab, and so it's great to see this project moving forward. Sounds like it probably won't be ready for this boating season.
Likely not.
But next year, I'm sure it's going to bring a lot of enjoyment, and the years after that. So on behalf of my constituents, thank you very much for bringing this project forward. Also, this coming Saturday, I know we've got a very exciting day planned. Will you tell us and the public what you're hosting on Saturday?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Councilor, and I appreciate your support on this project. It's an important one for us. Unfortunately, that area has been in rough shape for a while, so we're finally glad to get it going. Yeah, so this Saturday, come visit us, Discover Wild New Hampshire Day, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. here in Concord at our main campus, our headquarters at 11 Hazen Drive. Our partner agencies will be there, DNCR, DES, a variety of folks. Come on out and join the festivities, see some live wild animals, cook some s'mores with DNCR's group. Do a variety of things. It's a great day. It's a lot of fun, and it's free. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your fellow, friends from Massachusetts, Maine, whatever. Show them how great New Hampshire is.
Great. Thank you. I plan to be there, and look forward to it.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you. Councilor Kenny.
Thanks, Governor. Just wanted to thank Colonel Jordan and all the conservation officers for attending Peace to Wild.
Yes.
In Bethlehem, which I ate some deer, some oxen, and some bear, and some a lot of other good food prepared by the White Mountain Community College culinary students. So that was a good fundraiser for many of the opposing conservation work. And a lot of fun.
access wasn't completely closed off. The Greeno Pond gate had not even gone in yet at this point, but, you know, walk-in access was still available. At this point, we did decide to hold off on the Greeno Pond gate, and Commissioner Crepo and his team is working more closely with the landowner, or the land managers and owners up there, and we'll have further discussions. But at this point, that gate is not being installed.
Because a week from Friday, I have to go to GameStop and
I'll see you there soon.
and I hope that's all cleared up.
Yes, we've reached out to the constituent that was the primary lead on that, so.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, thank you.
Oh, Councilor Leonard, I just wanted to compliment the department on the prompt response to a constituent concern about bear interactions on their property in a remote part of Bethlehem, and I appreciate that how quickly you responded, and hopefully we're going to help that constituent out, but I very much appreciate that.
You're very welcome. I will convey both yours and Councilor Kenny's thanks to the staff. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of 34 and 35, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 36 through 41 for the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
So moved.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens?
Good afternoon, Governor, councilors, and for the record, Adam Crapo, the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Thank you, Interim Commissioner. Great to see you. So you've been here listening to the conversation, so I'm just gonna talk about 37. So on December 31st, 2025, this contract was basically done. There was no more contract.
So
Is that correct?
work has proceeded as of the 13th of this month, but they have not been paid for the work. We have sent them a notice of default to let them know that we intend to recoup any staff time associated with this project, because they let us know the month that it was set to expire that they were not going to complete the work. And I did verify with staff that we have been following up with this contractor pretty heavily, and so we're holding them accountable through the notice of default process.
I appreciate that, and I saw that in the item, and I want to make sure, are you working with the Attorney General's office on those types of issues going forward?
I can see if our attorney's been working with them. I know our in-house counsel has been working feverishly on this item in particular, and has looked at it, and he works pretty well with the Department of Justice on all matters like this. But I want to, before I confirm that with you, I do want to confirm with him that he has reached out to the Department of Justice on that.
And then would you equally keep the council informed of what action happens as a result of the default notification?
Absolutely, we will absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Stevens?
Bravo, well done. We're seeing special use permits ahead of events, so greatly appreciate that. Well done.
Thank you.
Councilor Leonard?
Thank you. Item number 41, which is the programmatic agreement with the Student Conservation Association. Can you talk a little bit more about the benefits of that program to our state parks?
This is a fantastic program for our state parks and our guests. We contract with the Student Conservation Association. It brings in AmeriCorps money. It's around 41% of the cost of the entire program is AmeriCorps money, federal funding. DNCR chips in around 39%, and then other partners, nonprofits, the White Mountain National Forest, municipalities, they chip in around 19 to 20%. And collectively, what happens is this group, they stay at Spruce Pond Camp over in Bear Brook State Park, and they do hitches, which is they do trail work, conservation work, remove invasive species, a significant amount of manual labor, if you will, in our parks to keep them clean, and a lot of efficiency there when it comes to that sort of work, whereas, having a contractor do it is much more expensive to do it that way. The other thing that they do is they offer interpretive services. So they offer eight folks in our parks and they go to different schools. If the schools can't afford to get to the state park, they bring the state park to them, and they offer education about what the parks are, what there is to do in our parks, and what it is to be a visitor to these places. And so we're excited about this contract. And we think it's a really good deal for New Hampshire. We are doing it's a 1 year and an option to extend. We are looking at how can we make this process more efficient. It's been a 34-year contract. It's different contracts over 34 years, but it's a historic agreement. And so we're looking and working with the SCA to see if there is an opportunity to find efficiencies as well, and where can we increase those partnerships.
Well, I think this is a terrific program, and sounds like it leverages a lot of other dollars, which is a smart investment of our taxpayer dollars when it brings that kind of a return. And our state parks are really, to me, that's the real New Hampshire advantage. They are the anchors and the gems of our tourism economy, and so it's great to have this in place and to give students a chance. But also for all of the people in New Hampshire and our visitors to really benefit from this. So glad to see this and happy to support it.
Thank you.
Councilor Kenny.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Excellent. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate you stepping up and being the commission and taking on a lot of tasks for a very short period of time, particularly with the outstanding leases that we have in our road state park. Obviously, we want Washington Observatory, a big lease renewal season coming up, and obviously they have a big investment project coming up in Mount Washington. Also, attending the Mount Washington Commission, the commissioner lives in the Mount, so just to stay involved as long as as well as the kind of the advantage that one of the advisory commission. That's where it all happens, and then obviously at Cannon Mountain with their advisory commission as well. Is Cannon Mountain closed to skiing or open to skiing?
They have officially ended the season, and it was a good year, and we're excited to have had a good year this year. It was real, as you probably recall, there was a lot of snow, and that made for great conditions, as many of you know as skiers. So.
Excellent. And given that we are moving into a very busy summer with state parks, has there been any movement on the state park director at all, any thoughts, or did we advertise it, or any interest?
We have been actively working with the governor's office to advertise that position, and we are currently contemplating. I have some folks that have reached out, and we've been working with the governor and her staff on that. So hopefully we'll have some news at some point. But it is a tough position to fill. You wouldn't think it would be, but it is a tough position to fill, and we're excited to be interviewing folks.
Northern New Hampshire sells itself.
It does.
I want to be employed. And my last thing is just to follow up with Bishop Jane, Executive Director on this states, on these, you have kind of industrial under, do you see it way ahead of working with the sportsmen and trying to come up with a solution for the states that are not going on right now?
So in this particular location, it doesn't sound complicated. It is. It's right off of Route 16. You have a road that goes to these camps where the camp owners own the structures, but they lease or it's called a license agreement, but they effectively lease the land underneath those structures. And then on the way to those camps, there are several private landowners. One's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, one is, I believe, Weyerhaeuser, a few others. So what we are doing is we're reaching out to the landowners on the way to those camps, and we're also mediating that discussion, and we will be working with the license holders who rent those camps out to figure out if there's a path forward. But in the interim, what we've decided to do is hold off on putting any gates in, because we recognize at that location, because we recognize that there are multiple activities that happen there, whether it's snowmobiling or hunting, fishing, those sorts of things. So we want to make sure that we're not arbitrarily preventing access at that location. So we want to make sure we make a good strategic decision and get buy-in from as many parties up there as possible.
So my last question is Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh has a lot of sites that the state owns property that I guess the owner owns a house if you want to have it. So there's been a proposed rate increase. And I guess my question is that adopted by rules? Those rate increases, or does the legislature have to authorize that, or does the council have to authorize it? So can you explain that process? And more importantly, is there going to be a public hearing to address those rate increases?
So this is a DPS related issue. I know Commissioner Scott's here to talk to that, but effectively there is a statute that requires the department to actually lease those lots out around Lake Francis. The governor and council were there for a meeting this summer. There are several camps. I believe it's upwards of 30 camps around that lake that we lease out. And the folks do own the structures again, but we lease out the land underneath them. Those rates have not been increased in a number of decades. And so one of the things that we were interested in is figuring out what is the market rate of the land there, and how do we move forward in a reasonable way. And so as I said, the statute requires us to lease it out. We can't sell it at this point in time. We have written a letter to the lease holders that says we are proposing some rate increases for those leases, and that is under the department's jurisdiction. But if you are interested in purchasing, let us know, because we will likely be seeking some legislation on that to allow them to purchase the property. And those rate increases are based on an appraisal that was done, I believe it was in 2024, but I'd have to get back to you on that. And it's so there was done by a licensed appraiser.
So just to follow up with that, if I happen to be leasing one of those land and all of a sudden my bill last year was $1,000 and this year it's going to be $2,000, probably can live with that. But 5 years down the road, it's like $10,000 or $15,000, bill that I have to pay each year. That's kind of that I am going to decide when I'm going to buy the land that the legislature allows me, because it just seems like exponentially these things are going up.
And I don't want to speak for the commissioner, but we do want to sell those properties. The interest is to get a sense of whether or not those folks would like to buy it. I believe it's on average it would be around $135,000 per year, or not per year, for the purchase, and that's what the appraisal had said. And so our interest would be to seek legislation to allow us to sell those properties around Lake Francis.
And so the people who lease the property technically own the building will be the first people who be able to purchase the land?
That would be our intent, yes. That would make that process quite a bit easier. And it's not out of line with how other things are done when it comes to real estate transactions in the state, right? Usually abutters or towns have the ability for first right of refusal. In this case, we want to structure it so those folks who are currently there have first right of refusal. Purchase it at market rate.
There's a lot of social media discussion about this, so we didn't talk about it. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'm curious, the houses, did they get our permission to do that? Or how did that work? How did they build these things?
Yes, they need our permission-ish. So the intent was for seasonal camps originally. This is around the 34 properties around Lake Francis. Over the margin time, if you go there, you'll see houses with foundations, garages with foundations. So that's kind of what's happened over time. And they're a very good job, as always, responding to your questions. The other thing I would also add is that the law requires us on a periodic basis to do an assessment of how much this would be, and the current assessment that was done is $15,000, and as you know, we've been schedule in the letter, to me, what the letter was working as intended, we want to start a conversation with those VCs, and that's certainly started.
Well, can you please start a conversation with them so they don't converse with me? Because it seems as though this is a legislative item, it's a department item to try to fix and
Sure.
come up with compromise. Understand that I know that my tax bill as a taxpayer went from 1,000, 2,000, and in 5 years from now it's going over 10,000. That we vote when people out of office. So my whole point is that let's get a hold on it. Let's communicate very closely on this topic and say, what is the future going to be? Because the reality is they've had a good deal for years. It's
Beautiful location.
gorgeous.
Amazing. We remember we were there last summer. We were blown away.
So council, the letter does say to talk about us. I know people don't always want to do that. But I would encourage you to feel free to have them call us. Because that's really the thing we want to understand. And to the extent we craft legislation, we'd like to have something that actually works for them also.
So if I'm hearing the last comment is that really the next public hearing will be a bill that's filed in the legislature to address this matter. There's no really requirement for a public hearing.
That's correct. I don't know yet whether we'll do something more, but we do want to be hearing from those folks out there. Again, I think it's 34. I have the exact number wrong, but we do want to be hearing from them out there. And to be fair, Foxborough and Pittsburgh, we reached out to them before we sent that letter, so they'll be aware of what we're doing.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on the DNCR items? Hearing none, all in favor of items 36 to 41, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 42 through 75 from the Department of Environmental Services.
So moved.
Any discussion of these items? Council Bueller?
Items 61 and 62 are again missing the language about hunting and fishing. So I would move to table items 61 and 62.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Council Kenny?
Is that on the news? Unless they can raise contact or something?
Perhaps if I could comment loud on 61, I know you already voted, but
I think it's already tabled.
okay. I was just arguing, if you read the second paragraph, it does address the hunting and fishing and public access.
It's supposed to be in the agenda item.
Oh, I understand that. Okay.
We can add it without.
No.
So those items are tabled, and then are there further questions from the commission on the remaining items?
Thank you. On agenda item 56, this is the contract with New Hampshire Lake Association, which is really the contract for the lake hosts, which is an incredible program. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that this really remarkable program, it says here, for the purpose of aquatic invasive species prevention activities. But these lake hosts are really remarkable, and they do so much to support our lakes. And can you talk a little bit more about the lake hosts and what they do?
Well, again, this is a mechanism by which we can help avoid the spread of certain things into our lakes. New Hampshire Lakes is not the only ones here, but the volunteers basically will help monitor, and often at launches and that type of thing, there are facilities to check and potentially wash off it before you take the boat out and then move it to another water body. So I agree, it's very important to help for our lakes.
Yeah, I think I read that in fact they have discovered, so this provides about 300 summer jobs for college students and retirees, and engages over 300 volunteers across the state, and it leverages, this is a $300,000 contract that actually leverages another $900,000 to bring the total impact to over $1 million. And I think I saw that in just last year there were over 1,600
energy and all of these things that really impact people's experience, but it also can have a long-term consequences for our lake. So I'm really glad to see this and look forward to a great lake season ahead.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
In regards to agenda item 70, I just want to bring up two concerns and two permits which I've noted in which instances of boathouses received permits on Lake Sunapee yet were in violation of 482A. One we noted on November 13th of 2024. The department discovered that an open porch located on the lakeward side of the pre-existing boathouse footprint was enclosed and converted to living space in violation of the wetland permit. Additionally, in February of 2025, we were alerted and contacted by a law firm in which the family was attempting to sell a parcel of land. The family back in January of 1994 were denied a request for a permit to construct a second story above the boathouse over public waters. The matriarch of the family went to town and told them that they had received a building permit from the town, from DES, based on a phone call. Well, when it came time to sell the property, they were flagged for not having the appropriate wetlands permit. So what are we doing to enforce this and sanctions? This is egregious to see those two. And now the language is being challenged on how we're permitting boathouses.
Not sure I understand the last part of the challenge, but we do have,
what specific sanctions or enforcements were implemented in these two instances? Again, this was twice on Lake Sunapee, two that we know of, and now the language is being challenged over how we permit boathouses. But how are we enforcing? That's the question, to be in compliance with 482. Or are you telling me that 482 is no longer in effect?
We do have a compliance unit within our land resource management, so that they'll go up. And to be blunt, most of the time on lakefront properties, our signal is the complaint from the town or the neighboring properties. As you know, a lot of lakefront properties, people are kind of cheeks jowl with each other. So that is, to be honest, our primary key. So we do have staff that goes out and looks at that. Depending on how egregious it is, we will seek penalties, and we work with the Attorney General's office, and there's not a month that goes on we're not having something with the Attorney General's office on shorefront properties, so if that makes you feel any better. As you also see, I think we discussed at the last meeting, often too, part of that, okay, here's your corrective plan, will be to get an amended permit and come before you also. So the being permitted is helpful for us to be for judgment compliance also. So now we can with the permit and make sure that they're meeting the permit requirements also. So that's why it's important to bring those corrective actions to your body.
I'd like to see enhanced enforcement as well. And I'd like to know what the enforcement was for these two boathouses.
I know you've been in communication with Director Pelletier, so we can look into that.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Kent?
Governor, Commissioner, I appreciate the phone call earlier this week in regards to the truck that sank to the bottom of the lake, which is kind of unusual because 20 years ago, I actually was in the Senate, I helped pass a law that would require any vehicle that sunk into a
determined there's no current threat, there's no leaking oils or that type of thing. And with the ice cover, it wasn't really safe to, there wasn't a safe mechanism to remove it. So we were waiting for ice out, which was, I think, Saturday, I think. So last thing on Monday, staff was going out to evaluate, as you know, ice out in the primary part of the lake doesn't mean every single cove and inlet has the ice out. So they were verifying that, and then they were going to give the owner for 48 hours. Obviously, as we mentioned, the owner has been trying to take it out. It's just not been done in many people's minds in a professional way, and it's not been successful. So should the owner not be able to do that, we will engage a contractor as the agency, have it removed, and then historically, we would then be charging them for that effort. So that's, I don't know if that's happened yet, but it's very likely to happen very soon.
Because I can see this going in the future whereby they'll require cars that are, or vehicles that are on frozen, waterways, that they be required to have car insurance, that if an unforeseeable incident happens where their car, sinks into the bottom of the lake, that they're going to have the wherewithal to remove for that vehicle. Because right now, I'm getting a sense that this individual doesn't really have the money to be able to remove that truck from the bottom of the side of the street. So I can anticipate a lot of legislation relates to have this extent. You got to pass legislation in the future to prevent the state picking up the cost. Because if they can't afford car insurance, they probably can't afford to pay the state's connection. So get ready for legislation to come after the Department next year.
Potentially. I will say that usually we're in this mode with the sun and the boat. That's usually the mode we're in, less taking a vehicle that are on the ice and less through.
Well, it's an interesting story, I would say that. Someone lost their truck because there's nothing to the ice.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of items 42 to 75, with the exceptions of items 61, 62, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. To ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 76 to 78 from the Department of Education. Is there any discussion? Is there a second? Sorry, second. Councilor Stevens.
Commissioner. Question I have here on this conference for the school principals, and I noticed, I just reading through it, and we're going to give them $50,000, and I guess that's federal supposed to come through for some of these leadership groups, I get it. And I saw in there, though, you asked for approval last month of an item where I was impressed with the fact that the state was going to be given a number of seats of registration, as well as speaking and very active participation for the dollars. I think it was like 30,000, so I see this, and then I went and looked at this event. It's $750 for members to register. It's in Portsmouth. It's $825 for non-members. Then this is a nonprofit that your last nonprofit filing had $725,000. And my question is, are you and others planning on attending?
Yes. So both this conference and one that was approved last month are requirements for the Department of Education to provide leadership, set aside funds to encourage district and school-level leadership, professional development across the state. The Superintendent's Association, which was along with last month, and the Principals Association, which have large annual conferences, and the Department of Education is able to access essentially all of the superintendents and
too. I'm glad I have this podium behind now.
So, and this might be an unfair question, so you probably think you know, but we passed the bill with one law, okay? Basically said, anybody, you know, in charge has to do it for the night. And there's kind of continuing until that quickly. What happened in Burlington here was recently, this gentleman who shot up, in the
allegations of abuse that have come to light over the past week here, given the very serious nature of these allegations and given the current legal liability we are facing for decades of abuse previously.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to address that. I can confirm that the Attorney General's office has opened an independent investigation. We'll be looking at that. I also want to confirm that since we received that communication from the Office of Child Advocate, we have been in constant contact with the Office of Child Advocate, with DCYF. We've been gathering information, we've collected information. The first step anytime something like this happens is to ensure that the safety of the residents, staff, and everyone is currently protected as a sort of a first step. And we feel comfortable based on the information we've collected so far that there's not an active, ongoing situation of abuse. And now the investigation is going to turn to the specific allegations. We're going to look at that. I would just caution, I understand there is the decades issue you're talking about, events from earlier decades. The nature of these allegations is very different than the nature of most of those. So I just want to make sure those are not being conflated, but we absolutely are taking it very seriously and have indeed launched an independent investigation into the allegations.
I'm glad to hear that. The point about the nature of the allegations and the abuse being alleged is, I understand that point. It is shocking, however, that given the experience that we have had, that there is even a shadow, that there is even a suggestion of any kind of abuse at that facility. It is shocking and it is not acceptable.
Counselor Steven.
I just want to make sure, Assistant or Associate Commissioner, I want to thank you, and Jennifer Mala, and I spoke to the child advocate on Friday, and I spoke to the general afterwards, and he's agreed to have a discussion with the council, as well as this Associate Commissioner. I'm satisfied that you are, what you just said is happening, and so, but I want to ask specific questions about what exactly is happening in your office, but I want to be assured, as a council, that this is going to be truly an independent review. Because we are the body that holds department heads accountable for the state of New Hampshire. We have an obligation to make sure those children and youth are safe. And we're going to fulfill our obligation. I appreciate the fact that the general is going to have a conversation with us as well. So I wanted to make sure the council knew that. And at the end of the day, I'm sure there'll be questions for DHHS. We all take this seriously. And the last thing I'll say is, this was great to hear from the child advocate. Because, and I told her that, because this is the first time I've heard from a child advocate. And when we had the child advocate nomination hearing, those are the issues that all the council are talking about. We want to make sure we're informed of what's going on in real time. And I'm telling you, this council is very satisfied that we have been updated and that, based on what you just said, and what I know I heard from General Cornella, that there's going to be an independent investigation by the region. I want to thank you. That's all.
Counselor Steven.
Good afternoon. I too have spoken with the child advocate in this Noonan and DCYF, and I'm going to go see the site today. But I want to emphasize, we approve contracts which we assume are going to protect our kids. The contract with Maxim for staffing, that is up to 18 children. We support that contract in upwards of $500,000 in increments periodically. So we want the best for these kids, and we want to make certain that our taxpayer funds are doing exactly that. So thank you. I look forward to the discussion because right now I'm getting a multitude of versions as to what transpired. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of items 90 through 96? Yes, 90 through 96, right, from the Department of Justice, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 97 through 101 with the
I'm sorry, Counselor, your questions were in 99 and
In 98 verse, I
98,
want to start
99.
with that, that you're asking us to approve this salary for this staff attorney at step 3 instead of the first step. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, I'll ask the supervisor that's asking for these increments to come up and explain the justification for this
While
step.
you're doing that, I have the question on number 99, but I think that's a little different, because that, if I'm correct, that's a renewal, not a debt. That someone's already working for us, but 98 isn't. Is that correct? Okay, so on 98, that's my first question.
Sure. Deanna Baker, I'm the legal director for the I work out of the Department of Justice. And with regards to this Marty's position, what we're seeking is salary that's similar to other folks that we've brought in.
So if you brought others in at step 3?
We did, yes.
To start out?
I'm sorry?
To start?
Correct, yes. Yeah, last summer, when you were at Sunday, I went there and that was one of those.
And was there justification for those? Because I didn't see really the justification here for starting in step 3, other
I
than
think it was very
because
similar.
others.
Yeah, yeah. Based on their experience, so she has a lot of family law experience from Maryland.
Okay. And then the next one on 99.
Yep.
This is a step increase for a supervisor position. Is that correct?
So this is a lead, yes, a supervising staff attorney position, which is what we refer to as the lead attorney position,
Yep.
which is in offices that have 3 or more attorneys in it.
Okay, so that is at EE, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. What was the salary for
$900 less.
It was, a DD 7 was 900 less?
Yes, like 900 and,
What would save time if you put that in the future?
$992.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my 2 questions on those items.
Any further questions on these items? Hearing none, all in favor of items 97 to 101, with the exception of 100, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 102 through 104 for the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Behavioral Health.
Second?
Any discussion of these items? Counselor Stevens.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good.
And Patrick Moss. In regards to agenda item 102, we recently approved this contract for Recover CAD LLC, and this is a request for an additional $500,000, bringing the contract total to $1.7 million. And my question is, are we tracking duration, distance, unique, repeat users? And could you clarify if their fleet of vehicles is limited to 7 cars?
Good afternoon, Katia Fox, Director of the Division for Behavioral Health. Thank you for the question. I do have some statistics for you. And just to explain the item, this has been a very successful contract and program to help our individuals who are suffering from substance misuse. And it has made a real difference in their ability to access services. And I will note that transportation, and many of you know this from certain areas of your districts, that transportation is a huge barrier when it comes to access for services, and especially behavioral health services, which is why we have that as part of the Rural Health Transformation program. And while you'll be seeing some stuff coming forward from Go North as that goes forward. So with this contract, we found that we had underestimated the utilization. And so that's why this appears before you today with increased dollar amounts so that we can continue to use this service and have it available. Yes, it's correct that there are 7 vehicles. And the statistics are that there average rides per month is 262. Average daily rides is about 9. And that those can range from a 30-minute ride to a 2-hour ride to be able to access those services. There are certain doorways that only, and a reminder that the only access to this transportation is through the doorway. And so the doorways with the highest utilization of this are the ones that you would expect and who do not have public transportation. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Thank you for clarifying. We know that the cost, and what's unique is that these drivers are certified recovery support workers, correct? So that's certified.
Absolutely. Yes.
The cost is $132 per hour. Uber Health, on the other hand, is about $60 an hour. But if the outcomes in treating substance use disorders in conjunction with this service, it's logical.
Thank you.
Just wanted to follow up. So it's 7 vehicles, primarily focused in the more rural portions of the state.
I would need to get more details of where they're deployed on a regular basis to be able to be dispatched out. So I would need to check on that before giving an answer.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, O'Hill.
Thank you. Following up on this, obviously a lot of my district is very rural and does not have access to public transportation. And so getting access to services can be a real challenge. Can you talk a little bit about what the consequences are of people not being able to get to appointments and get the services that they need because they don't have transportation or whatever might be impeding their access?
For access to health services, this is especially critical in the behavioral health services and for substance use treatment. So when someone is ready to be able to raise their hand and say, I'd like to get help, we need to be ready and available for them. And so access to services could be to go to a recovery home and to be able to access that immediately. What we find is that we lose people, so to speak, and getting them in the moment when they're ready to seek that help. And so access to transportation to be able to immediately get that help is critical.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in New Hampshire either have personal experience or family members or friends who have suffered and struggled with addiction, and you know how important it is when someone is ready to be able to get them connected to resources really quickly, and any barriers can end up being wasting an opportunity really. And so this is about helping parents be able to be better parents. It's about making sure that workers are able to stay employed. It's about making sure that people are able to really live better lives and contribute to our society. So I think this is great. I would be interested to see that information about where these vehicles are being deployed, and I do also hope that this is an area that we're going to be able to address through the Rural Health Transformation Grant, because I know how important that transportation can be, and we want to really try and eliminate any of the barriers to people seeking help.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of items 102 through 104, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 105 through 106 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Medicaid Services.
Second.
Any discussion on these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 107 from the Department of Health and Human Services, New Hampshire Hospital.
Second. first question, I have a concern on the, again, I'll reiterate the indirect here, 15%. So it's more than 10%, so I'm probably going to be going no. I'm just going to say that right. But I will tell you, when I looked at this statement of work, at 1.2, on this is exhibit B, and maybe it wasn't the time for this, but I see this, the contractor here shall ensure the delivery of services by collaborating with professional provider organizations and the Department of Health and Human Services. This is all about recruitment in the rural areas, for workforce, for healthcare, workforce. There's no mention of the foundation. There's no mention of the University of New Hampshire. There's no mention at all of the community mental health centers, the hubs. There's no mention at all of Go North. So my question is that because you didn't have the time to put it in here, or is it because, but can you assure us that there is going to be that type of collaboration with bi-state? They're not going to be off doing this on their own. That was my one question.
No, thank you for the question. I'll let Director Watt answer the distinction between the two contracts.
Excuse me, I'm not asking the distinction. Well, you can answer that. I'm going to be working together.
Absolutely. Ian Watt, I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health. Thank you for your question. So absolutely, yes. The intention of this activity is to be a complement to the work being done by Go North and the Rural Health Transformation Program. The recruitment activities, and ICA will be well aware of the resources available, stipends, other recruitment resources that are in Go North, and would work closely. I inquired with our partners in Go North before this item came forward to make sure that we were on the same page. But our intent and use this, so that partnership will be in place. It's not in the contract partially, probably just asynchronously of timelines of contract development, but absolutely that work's going to be done.
Okay, appreciate the answer.
And I will assure you, I asked the same question before I decided one.
Great.
Yep. And if I may just respond to the indirect rate, I just want to be clear that the 10% for that that actually the CMS gave us is what is given to us for RHD. It is not the same and applicable to all the other contracts that we have. So we work hard to negotiate where we can to get those rates down, Counselor. 15% is really the lowest that we've had. It's been our standard for quite some time. We don't like to see 27, 37% higher, but that 10% is distinct and specific to RHT. I don't know what that would do if we don't have this. I don't know the impact on all of workforce, I guess, how all of these integrated pieces work together.
Other counselors have questions? Counselor Penn.
More of an observation, but Go North is Go North. And it just features their first RFP, I saw the other day, looking for an evaluator. There's going to be a cumulative kind of pipelines or RFPs that consider going out. When would it be appropriate for us to ask the director of
you also, between meetings, to reach out anytime you want to Donnelly or David, or in terms of the governor, they're there to answer any questions you have or referrals outside of any meetings too. And are certainly, I know, I can speak for the director that she would want to be very accessible to any issues you have and referrals between times when you're meeting. Councilor Stevens?
I want to reiterate the governor's point. I have had a few concerns about accountability and vendors, possibly some member of the board of foundations and others talking to vendors, making sure that it's a fair process for everyone. And I emailed Donnelly, and each time I've emailed her any concern, she's got back to me, she's on vacation, great. And I appreciate that. And I know that that's something that we all want to see. So, thank you, Governor, for that.
Thank you. And we want to be accessible.
And I have one more item question, but I want to go to that.
Councilor Leon?
Thank you. I have gone through, we were told that we would receive,
So I will,
and I'm just looking through all of my emails, and this is news to me, that there's an RFP. I went on the website, there's nothing listed on the Go North website, and I have no email about it. I'm very concerned that
well, let me get to the bottom of that, because you were supposed to receive distribution, so for some reason the email's wrong on the list or something, we'll get it fixed right away. This is the first one, and absolutely, they're gonna be posted on the website, so if it came out last night, I'm sure it'll be posted today, sure.
Thank you.
But we'll double check the email list with you and make sure you're getting everything.
So the other item I have, Governor, is one as well. So
Yes.
this is injury prevention for Dr. Hitchcock. And so earlier this year, we had approved contracts over $2 million for injury prevention in the Department of Safety. And that was on Casper restraint, that was on youth operators. And now this one is different scope. And so I don't have a problem with that. It's a different scope, but we've already approved over $2 million. This one also has, for the Dr. Hitchcock, a 15% interest. I'm putting a notice, I'm voting no. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to add a couple questions. This is really important on the indirect for this one. Can you just confirm first, like we talked about collaboration, that you are aware of those Department of Safety contracts and DHHS is going to be collaborating with Governor Hitchcock on this particular contract, which is for, educating, fall prevention, some of the stuff that's, in addition, important, but again, without any collaboration, it may be you're not maximizing value.
Sure. So thank you for the question. So certainly activities related to team driver safety, which I think is where you're talking about, there's some overlap. So our vendor, our department would work closely with DMV, with Department of Safety, to make sure that those programs are integrated into other activities or coordinated directives they have in complementary. So we're not just repeating messages, but making sure we're settling up on messages, reaching different audiences, reaching people in different mediums.
Okay. So if the indirect cost rate here is 15%, it was also 15% of those other items. So do you see that there may be some duplication here, where Dartmouth is now charging us 15% indirect on this contract, when we already are getting 15% for the other contracts? And I guess what I'm asking is, has anyone approached Dartmouth to see if they'd be willing to take the same Go North 10% cap or less?
So I can speak to one point related to indirect, and I don't know if there's something to add. So this was a competitively bid contract. One of the components of the scoring was cost, and this is federally funded. So in a federally funded contract, the vendor has the ability to
414 that requires that states honor when it's a subrecipient the NICRA. So as Ian had indicated, that we did not go with their indirect cost rate that's approved. Instead, we went with the 15%, which is the minimus rate that the federal government has established for subrecipients that don't have a NICRA. So we did do our best to try to lower that down to an acceptable rate from their existing NICRA, which is much higher than that. And that's a federal requirement that's in place for any new awards, and this is a distinct new sub-award, so it wouldn't necessarily be looked at from the federal perspective, as I understand it, as part of that other award. I recognize what you are saying, Councilor Stephen, but I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that requirement.
I'm aware, and I've talked to the Attorney General about it, and my understanding is we have a council, we have a constitutional form of government here that's different than any other state. We have the right to negotiate that breakdown, and that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Any further questions on these items? I do want to confirm that the RFP is on the website. So if you go to funding opportunities, it comes right up. So it is posted. I want to let you know that. But we'll double check your email to make sure that for some reason that the email isn't, but we'll make sure you get that, and that we want to make sure everyone gets it, especially the council. All right. That said, all in favor of items 108 through 112, signify by saying aye. Aye.
110, 112, no.
Same.
The items carried. Thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt late items A through E from the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Commissioner.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Okay. Councilor Leopold.
Thank you. Thank you. And for me, these items raise questions or lead us to this discussion of what is happening at the Youth Services Center. So it's notable, I think, have we had other agenda items like this over the past year?
For late items?
No, not late items, regarding these late items, all 5 of these
The late items,
items.
yes. Workers' comp injuries, yes, they come regularly from any, here we have New Hampshire Hospital, and you have YPC. And this is not the first time that they've been on there.
No, it's not the first time, but in the last year that I've been serving on the executive council, I think that we've only had one other one so far.
I would have to go back and look at that specifically.
So this seems very notable to me that in the last 2 or 3 months here that we now have several injuries, and I'm very sad to see this. I guess my first question is, can you confirm, I think we did hear from the Attorney General's office, but can you confirm that the allegations of abuse, that there is no ongoing abuse happening at the Youth Services Center?
I will start with this, that safety is paramount, and that's important, and that we take the care of these kids, our care, our responsibility, very, very seriously. So when allegations like this come up, we respond immediately. We engage with the OCA, we engage with the AG's office, and we engage with anyone else like DRC and even legislative oversight committees. So I can't tell you anything about the investigation. Obviously, this is an investigation, but I can tell you that after the allegations were raised, we increased management oversight of the facility. We had oversight increase from OCA as well as from the DRC as well, and actively in there working. The late items that you have are injuries of staff. So when I say safety is paramount, it's paramount to the kids, but it's also paramount to the staff. I have a dual responsibility to keep everyone in that facility safe, right? So right now I have 10 staff out with workers' injuries. You happen to have 2 workers' comp claims here. YDC is a facility where it's a secure facility. It's a locked facility. Youth are committed to the facility by courts based on what their offense is. These are individuals with highly complex and in-depth challenging behaviors. Right? So this is maintaining safety for those youth, and the staff are important. Right now I have staff that have a broken
broken jaw in 2 places. I have staff that have been attacked in parts of their body and have facial lacerations. And I share that just because it's serious on both sides. And so I look forward to what the DOJ is going to find to be able to say, are these substantiated or not, because that's the work that we're doing right now. And whatever is there that needs to be fixed, we're going to fix it, because it's not okay if these things are substantiated.
And I appreciate what you said. My question is, can you assure us that right now, based on your increased management oversight, that the kids in that facility are getting access to outside air, that they are not in constant lockdown? Are you able to confirm that the issues that were raised are not happening right now? Like, first question, this is before I talk about other things, but I just want, can you assure us that the allegations that were raised, that those behaviors have stopped or are no longer?
Because it's an ongoing investigation and those haven't been substantiated, I can't say that something is still going on or not. I can tell you that the kids are safe at the facility. I can tell you that, as the Attorney General has said, that abuse is not currently happening in the facility. I cannot respond, Counselor, to each of those integral things, and when I can, I will.
Thank you. Can you tell us so one of the things that we know from corrections is that when there are things like group punishments, when the most restrictive form of punishment is happening, that this can result in these kinds of injuries happening to staff. And so I guess I would like to understand, I know that your department is looking at major cuts to your budget, thanks to the budget that was passed by the legislature last year. Do you believe that have budget cuts impacted our ability to staff any of our secure facilities safely?
The budget cuts did not impact the Youth Development Center. The governor had approved a waiver for all of those direct hires. So that hiring freeze does not apply there.
Has there been a shift in the punitive philosophy at the Youth Services Center that is taking on a different approach to punishment? These are new allegations, and that I would like to understand, has something changed? Is there a new philosophy at the YDC?
Sure, Council. I really appreciate your questions. I'm looking to the Attorney General respond here to help me, because it's an active investigation. I need to be really mindful at this point of what I can and cannot respond to.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, Councilor, as I had said, based on what we've been able to see and look at so far, and with the enhanced management oversight that the Commissioner mentioned, we are comfortable that there's not ongoing abuse right now. The purpose of the investigation will be to determine whether the allegations of abuse are founded or not. Is that?
I understand that. I'm not asking about the abuse right now. I understand there's going to be an investigation into what specifically happened with specific instances. I am now asking about the policy in place around punishment at YDC, which I believe is information that should be available to the public about what our practices are at a public facility. So I think the public is entitled to receive this information regardless of whether there's an investigation ongoing or not.
I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood the question. So you're asking for information about the current policy?
Yes, I'm asking about whether there has been a change in policy. Has there been some kind of change in policy over the last few months, over the last year, whatever it is? We would like to understand what is going on at YDC, and if there has been a change in our practices or our policies around restrictions and punishment.
Right, so I'm not in a position to answer that, but that is something that the investigation will look at. It will look at the policies, whether they were followed, when practices were changed.
The policies and whether they are being followed are fair enough for the investigation. What the policies are.
What the policies are, sure.
Not, they are available, they ought to be available to the public.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood your question, Counselor. We're working with DOJ for the investigation, but part of what we're doing internally is reviewing our policies and reviewing what happened and the current policies that we have. I don't feel like I can say more than that in terms of getting into what we're looking at. I can share current policies. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. You're asking me, did we deter from current policies? And that's what I'm telling you is that we're reviewing.
I did not ask you if you deterred. I asked you what the current policies are. Can you please tell us what the current policies are around restricting people's freedom inside of Legacy? Do we have policies around group?
Yeah, I will get you that information.
Punishment? Do we have policies around use of force? I mean, do we have policies around
Yes.
what?
Yes, we don't have a punishment policy, but yes, I'll get you those policies.
Okay, thank you. Sure. I appreciate that. I am deeply concerned. The findings from the Office of the Child Advocate regarding the conditions at the Youth Services Center are deeply concerning. Prolonged lockdowns, lack of meaningful education and outdoor access, the reported use of improper restraint resulting in injury. These raise serious questions about whether this facility is meeting even basic standards of care. And all of this is in the context of our state still reckoning with the legacy of abuse at this facility, or with more than 1,500 individuals who are still waiting for justice. History demands that we act with urgency and vigilance when new concerns arise. As I said earlier, even the suggestion that there could be allegations of abuse is shocking to me. The young people in our state, in state custody, are there because they need support, structure, and rehabilitation, not conditions that risk further harm to them or to the staff that have to work with them. We owe all of them, the children and the staff, safety and dignity, and we cannot afford to get this wrong again.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. We, as I said, we have opened the independent investigation. Totally agree with your need for speed and dispatch to get that done, and we are moving to get those kinds of answers that you're looking for and that everyone's looking for.
Thank you. Counselor Stevens.
So this occurred roughly the end of January. We're seeing this workman's comp claim for a staffer. Was the state police, were they contacted the day of this event?
I'm not familiar with all the events. I know the state police were contacted for at least one event. I do know that.
Because there's 2 injuries, one on the 7th and one on the 29th. Can you clarify they were contacted on the 7th or 29th?
I would have to get back to you to confirm that.
Thank you.
Counselor Stevens.
I just want to clarify, so this is important. The letter we got from the Child Advocate, my colleague said their findings. I don't see them as findings. The top of the letter says concerns. And the Child Advocate went down and investigated appropriately, like she should, with her staff. The Attorney General is now involved. The Commissioner is working with the Attorney General, and we're going to have a conversation with the Attorney General. I believe the state is acting appropriately here in terms of the response, the immediate response. What we want to make sure is that if you find, when we get to the findings, if there are findings, that obviously the council is updated repeatedly, notified, and we then can decide what action we need to take independently. And so that's all. And I just want to confirm, there's no findings right now. There's no
preliminary findings.
There's no
This is
findings.
semantics. She did a review, and she made a determination of facts that is enough for her to raise this to our attention.
The letter says concerns, which I agree with. Those are concerning allegations. And there were interviews which I believe are very important for us to determine whether that actually happened the way it was said. And all I'm saying here is the state has acted immediately. The Attorney General has assured us they are investigating it independent of the agency, and that satisfies me. I wanted to clarify that.
Any further discussion? Let me just say this. I asked as well to make sure that there is an independent investigation being conducted by the Attorney General. Of course, we take these allegations seriously. That is very important. It is critical that we have an independent review that need to be made, they may be made right away. And of course, you've already heard from the Associate Attorney General that the Attorney General's office has confirmed right now that, of course, the residents are safe, which is critical. And let me just say this, that we have to ensure that the children are safe and that the staff members who serve there are also safe. When I see and I hear about a broken jaw, of course, I am concerned about that. So this will be addressed in the investigation as well, which the council will receive a copy on, and will be transparent in all of this. And I respect and appreciate that the Attorney General will conduct this independently of Health and Human Services. Thank you. That, with the end of this discussion, I ask for a vote on late items A through E.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 113 through 122, with the exception of 119. Let me see. Do we have to make a change? So let me ask you, that is the future meeting date, so let me just make sure that we're. It's a separate, so it's a separate, we made a change to it, is that what it was? That's right, at a request, okay. So I just want to make sure, let's take 119 out, so I'm asking for a motion on from 113 through 122. Second. Any discussion of those items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And let me ask you, since we have 119, and I believe that's all been circulated to the council, those are the future dates. I know Council Wheeler, we also consulted you on that. So if I could ask for a motion in a second, I just wanted to make sure you all receive them for future dates. We try to deconflict them. So,
Second.
Yeah, can you just go down this list, so like, look, this is the old one, what are the new ones? Because I don't have the new one is not on the table in front of me, I know you emailed it to us, but can you just say it out loud, please?
Yes, it's just replacing September 7th with September 9th rather, with September 2nd.
Great.
And 16th.
September 2nd and September 16th.
So there's actually two meetings for one, and the issue was the Secretary of State couldn't conduct it in that period because of election law issues.
So the two September meetings are the 2nd and the 16th.
Yeah.
And then just late item F.
And that's late item F. So we might as well just take that up now, and we have a motion in a second. Late item F is the same as item 119. So all in favor of that item, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That item passes, great. So I would ask then for a motion to remove table item 135 from the table of the Department of Administrative.
So moved.
Is there a second to remove the item?
Second.
All in favor of removing the item from the table 135?
Aye.
Aye.
See my list.
Is it 134? It's 134.
Oh, 135. Sorry. I apologize. 134. So that's why you can see it. There you go. Okay, so let's correct the record on that then. Is there a motion and a second on item 134?
So moved.
Second. All in favor of removing that from the table? Aye. The item is removed from the, you're no, okay. The item is removed from the table. Is there a motion to discuss this item? Is there a motion? Second. All in favor of discussing the item, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So now if we could have discussion of item 134. Counselor Stevens.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Following today's tour of the men's prison system, it is clear that the need for a new facility is urgent and critical. However, I have significant concerns and cannot support moving forward with an additional $38.9 million contract with this vendor at this time, based on the following. In July of 2024, the state approved a nearly $10 million contract with DLR Group, Inc. for preliminary design services for the proposed men's prison.
finally provided to members of the Executive Council days ago on April 13, 2026. However, the document lacked critical components, including a rough order of magnitude and preliminary construction cost estimates. Equally concerning, the report reflects a dramatic increase in the proposed size of the facility from 400,000 square feet, as outlined in DLR Group's original technical proposal, to approximately 700,000 square feet without clear justification or corresponding cost analysis. I confirm today that the square footage is 400,000. To date, there has been no formal public presentation or release of the required deliverables from the initial contract. The document is still in draft mode and not available for public use. The newly proposed $38.9 million contract includes provisions to review, confirm, re-verify programming, site conditions, and cost estimates. Again, there were no cost estimates documented in the first report. These are core elements already required under the initial contract. The $10 million contract already delivered site investigation, programming, and conceptual design. Yet the new $38.9 million contract includes multiple provisions to review, confirm, re-verify those same deliverables. That raises a fundamental question. Why are we paying for the same work twice? The state appears to have spent millions of taxpayer dollars without clearly demonstrating what work has been completed, reviewed, or accepted to date from the $10 million contract. That raises serious questions about accountability and oversight. Approving a second contract with a vendor when work from a prior contract is still outstanding would be irresponsible and a breach of fiduciary oversight. Facility contract construction costs can escalate anywhere from 600 to 700 million, and I've been alerted that could go as possibly as high as 1 billion. We need to be certain that we are approaching this project focused on safety, security, and cost containment. So without a clear understanding of whether the vendor met the terms of the initial $10 million contract, I cannot vote in support of moving to phase 2. Thank you.
Councilor Leonardo.
Thank you. I share the concerns that Councilor Stevens has raised. I am mindful that delaying also has consequences. I guess I'd be interested to hear from the commissioners, one or both, about what are the consequences. How long would it take for this 680-page document to get into final form so that we could see it in its fullness and have it presented to us prior to voting on this next $40 million phase? I recognize that the legislature, this is potentially the largest capital project in our state's history, and it is certainly our responsibility to be prudent about how we approach this. But the legislature has appropriated the funds to do this study, and they would like this information to come back to them so that they can ultimately decide whether to engage in this massive public capital project. So I think we have a task ahead of us, which is to get the information to the legislature that they've requested, but we also have a duty to the taxpayers to do it in a fiscally responsible way. And so I would like to understand what would be the consequences of waiting, of allowing this initial $10 million of this contract to be completed and be presented to us before we were to vote on the next $40 million component.
So I brought with me Ted Copper is our Director of Public Works, and Thea Smith in the back of the room is the project manager on the project. And I know that Councilor Stevens didn't have a chance to talk to them to go over her questions, but I thought it'd be a good idea to bring them here in case they want to answer questions. We can talk a little bit about it as well.
And as I understand it, the majority of the delays are related to the fact that there was a change in commissioners at the Department of Corrections, and the commissioner needed to have input into the work that was being done at the time. The initial August date has been revised, and the contract has been amended to now have, I believe it's a May 29th completion date of this year.
So what would be the consequences of us not tabling this until the meeting following that, receipt of the deliverable?
I can't answer anything technical. I just want to point out that for design and engineering contracts in the state, this is not at all unusual. They are routinely delayed and routinely suspended and started and stopped and started. I'll give you an example. The contract on the next renovation, for example, which I think you noticed the other day, was started and stopped about 4 times, and work that was going to take a year because we told them to stop working because there were other priorities. It took like 5. And so, is it unusual that something is stopped? No. That's why there are provisions built in the contract for that. So it's just not a big deal at all. Would there be a problem waiting until the final report is finalized in late May, early June? That's a different question.
Yeah. What are the consequences of waiting until then?
We have multiple folks here to answer questions. The delay will slow things down. So answering the first question, it was delayed specifically because of the change in leadership. My first meeting with the group to include DLR and our internal staff occurred in late September. I started September 1st or 2nd, I guess it was. So this was one of the first things that we tackled in terms of the meeting. So you understand what my priorities were. Number 1, safety. Number 2, security. And number 3, this is New Hampshire. It needs to be an appropriately priced matter. That will be an important component of whatever it is we do. So from moment 1, that was an important consideration. The delay, I mean, there's 2 pieces to the delay. One is I agree with the commissioner that obviously a delay won't be good from a cost perspective, but we can manage it. The board will continue to work with these folks until the report is done. I guess I would understand first the need to have public input and transparency with this, crucially important. But it is something that I will be keeping at the front burner for us. So the delay is necessary to have public comment, but I'm going to keep it on the front burner. It's a necessary project to the people of the state of New Hampshire. Those who work there, those who are incarcerated.
And thank you very much for your for the tour that you arranged for us this morning. It was it is very. There's nothing like seeing a facility up close and personal. There's nothing like hearing the stories of rats in the kitchen and maggots falling through the ceiling and seeing the tarps in the ceilings of the reception area, and the conditions, quite honestly, are atrocious in parts of that prison. And the need is tremendous, and that was fully verified with our tour this morning. One of the things we heard a little bit about, can you talk a little bit more, please, about the amount that we are currently spending annually on immediate repairs that are required for safety and other emergencies, because we are incurring costs on a daily basis to maintain a very deficient structure. And so can you talk about what that current costs are?
Yeah, I can speak generally about that. So year over year, typically we ask for, but don't receive, but we ask for about $25 to $30 million in capital project type costs to exercise repairs. We're also cognizant at the same time we're asking for those funds that the new prison is the next stop. So we want to be prudent in expending money to make sure that it's safe, secure, and reasonable place for us to incarcerate folks, but also prepare for the next step. Some years we don't get the $25 to $30 million. This year, I think we're looking at about $13 million. Let me be clear. Neither number is enough to appropriately repair that prison, and we shouldn't be spending that money. That's bad money after bad, in my opinion. That's one person's opinion.
And yet we have to operate a prison, and if we are operating a prison that has 1,000 inmates in it, we have to, it has to achieve certain, it has to meet certain standards of safety for both the inmates and the staff who have to work in those conditions. And so we have to do a certain number of repairs on an ongoing basis just to meet bare minimum standards.
So, Councilor, I might just add that in addition to the, $30 million of capital budget requests that Corrections asks for every biennium, they're also making repairs to the facility out of their operational budget that are worth millions of dollars every single year, because not only are there conditions over there that need to be fixed immediately, but there are components of the prison, HVAC systems, water systems, security systems, that break down. That is not even, it's on their radar, but it's not part of their priority request to ask for that money. So I just wanted to point out that there's two pieces to this. The long-term capital budget improvements and also the immediacy of making repairs to the facility when they break down.
And for example, at our last executive council meeting, the facility was closed to visitors because of a water main break or something with the infrastructure.
That's correct. At that time, it happened like 2 or 3 times in the space of, I think, 5 days. We had 2 or 3 situations that need to be addressed, causing lockdown at the men's prison. To your earlier point, I did want to note, the answer is yes. And we have constitutional obligations to the people that we house. We also have employment obligations to those who work there. So, and those are two. I mean, we could spend an afternoon, which I'm sure we don't want to do, and maybe go out talking about those obligations that we have. But those are the two big ones.
I did that. I did receive a briefing on that last year when I did my orientation after the inauguration. This is a difficult decision because of the scale of the project, but I do recognize that delaying action has real costs, as we've talked about some of them. We're already spending significant amounts maintaining this deficient facility, and construction costs are not going down. I think it's important that we really understand the cost implications of delay so that we're not ultimately creating a larger burden for taxpayers down the road. I would support tabling this, leaving this on the table and putting this back on the table until after the May 29th deadline, when we can have a full briefing and report from the initial $10 million contract. But I have concerns about delaying it more than that. I don't want to ultimately increase the cost to the taxpayers, and I'd like to better understand what the financial trade-offs of moving forward are versus waiting. So at this time, I'd be in favor of tabling this until, the first meeting in June, or a special meeting if we might want to have one, so that we can receive that information before voting.
Councilor Stevens?
Thank you. Seeing in there, again, their technical proposal, 400,000 square feet, and then seeing that figure almost double to 700,000 square feet, was that discussed, and how did they reach that number?
So from the point of view of the contract, at this point, as I understand it, and Thea's up to go into greater detail than I could, but this first part, they established a placeholder number as part of the study to go to the next step, and Thea can go into more detail than I could.
And I'm glad that Thea's the project manager for the project, and she also happens to have in her portfolio, she's in the women's prison too.
I'm not sure that's a good thing. That's a good. Good morning, Governor, councilors. My name is Alethea Smith. I'm with the Division of Public Works and the Project Manager for the state for this project. Could you please restate your question?
Certainly. DLR Group's original technical proposal, they were awarded the contract based on 400,000 square feet. And the report from the $10 million contract, we start seeing that number climb to 700,000 square feet. We also see beds at 1,500. Currently, the census is roughly a little over 1,000. So can you explain? And additionally, in this first study, they were to present rough order of magnitude and preliminary construction cost estimates. They're not in this $10 million study.
The study's not complete. We do have some rough order of magnitude cost estimates, which I did not include in what was transmitted to you.
That's incredibly important. I don't mean to interrupt, but that is incredibly important as we weigh a contract that I've been tipped off could reach $1 billion.
In answering how we arrived at 400,000 square feet, that was in the original request for proposal. We stated that it was 1,500 beds and roughly 400,000 square feet. We had not gone through a programming process yet. The Department of Corrections assumed 400,000 square feet would work based on industry standards. We went through an exhaustive programming process with DLR Group, days and days and days of meetings and analysis and number crunching. And that is how we ended up at 750,000 square feet. Obviously, we're going to have to edit that, but that's the next part of the process.
But do you see my concerns about a breach of fiduciary oversight if we're proceeding to the next stage without adequate information from the first initial $10 million contract? But there also seems to be a lot of redundant analysis. And the new focus being construction documents, well, bravo, but there seems to be a lot of redundancy between the two contracts.
I appreciate your question and concern, Counselor. The double checking what has been done before is something that's simply done as a starting point every time. We want to reconfirm what the work that was done. Since it's the same company, that we're not redoing anything. We are just confirming the corrections, and we're working on squeezing that number down to 750,000 square feet. We're confirming that the 1,500 beds have been distributed appropriately, and it's a very small piece of the process. It's, I don't know if there was a timeline in there, but my guess is it would be a matter of a week worth of that work that they do. The brunt of the work is schematic design, which would be based on the preliminary design work we're doing now. That then moves into design development, construction documents, and then we go bid.
Yes. The issue of the square footage, I think I need to address that square on. So as you know from our discussions this morning, the current facility was built over a period of about 150 years, beginning in 1873. So we have parts of that prison that, as you heard this morning, that are meant to house 2 to 4 inmates, in particular now housing 8. As an addition, one of the key components towards this is the idea of taking those 90% of our current inmates who are going to return to the community and establishing a rehabilitative program for them. Currently, we don't have that space. Additionally, there's issues with regard to the space for education. So those are some of the areas where expanded space would be necessary. Towards the census, we're at the beginning of what I believe will be a continuing margin, but continuing upward trend in incarceration. So we're at about 1,100 right now internal to the men's facility, and we're aiming up steady, slowly, but steady.
And to their credit, in their report, they use figures of 428,000 to 562,000, but the 700,000 square foot number is out there. And in terms of schematics, I'm seeing a lot of data, I'm seeing a lot of diagrams. I did see the three very vague, if you will, suggestions. I would have expected something more thorough, but again, we're still in draft, correct? That's why.
We are still in process. On May 29th is the end date for, the approximate end date for the contract. It was extended because of the transition of leadership and corrections. And they're roughly complete with task one. I believe we've just added a task, task 4, which is a master planning piece. That's roughly 25% done as of today. We are about 10% done on task number 3, and task number 2 is roughly 98, 99%. So we're 65, 70% complete with the work, and we finish without any doubt.
I just want to add something, because I know a lot of people are listening who aren't here. The way state design and engineering contracts tend to work is not as linear as you might think. There are some projects where it's basically, I want plans for this. We're going to build, we know exactly what we're going to build and what plans for it. And you just do it, and it's very quick, and it's a very neat and tidy boxed contract. The larger the project and the more complicated the scope, the more involved the process is. And the reason there is a process is the reason this is not just using an existing statewide contract, but is using a separately bid contract with a specialized consultant. And what happens in that is there's a lot of serpentine progress on it, and a lot of discussions. And at no point is the contractor told that you can't bring up anything, you can't talk about anything. We said X, and we're not deviating from X. There are enormous discussions that are a part of this. And the more complicated the facility and the more subject it is to regulations, we saw this with the new YDC in Hampstead, that the ins and outs of that progress went back and forth a lot. And this is, I think everyone gets this, a very complicated process. And if you're in a complicated project, and when you have a complicated project, you're going to have a complicated contract to get you to that project.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
And I respect that, Commissioner Nelson. My question, you weren't here last meeting, was mostly fed on the process. I believe the process was not rigorous in terms of outreach to potential vendors. There were over 8 vendors that I went and looked online that could complete this project and do it in a very efficient way. And none of them did. We're talking about a vendor that got this contract for $10 million. We're asked to vote on $35 million, and we haven't even seen the results of that $10 million contract. Whether they even pursued alternative ideas that we would feel acceptable. This is one of the largest project the state is going to probably block on. Yeah. You would think that we would be vigorous in terms of our outreach to vendors, potential vendors in the market. And when Ted answered that question last time, I wasn't satisfied. And I think there needs to be a new RFP. I think this costs us way too much in terms of the taxpayers. I think we can get a better deal, and I think we can get alternatives to look at. And I think Commissioner Harkin, with his great staff we met today and his leadership, can work expeditiously and to get the taxpayers of this state a better value than what possibly is $1 billion. And this is the same company that has the $10 million contract, the same company that's going to get this contract, and there were no other vendors that bid. Why? And you're asking us to vote on something when I don't even know what the results of that $10 million are. That's a lot. I would say, and I get your perspective, I really do. And on the bidding part, I do want to say that I did do a follow-up email, and that, which I think outlined fairly comprehensively that we did actually do a significant outreach, and we felt confident that people knew. And I think we had a very good explanation, which I think is based on practicality about why no one else bid. And it's not uncommon when you have a contract that's normally one contract is broken into 2, that the company that got the original contract that other people could not bid Why would you spend the money on that if you were in the consulting business? You wouldn't. You just wouldn't. And if you ask people in that business, they would tell you that that's why they didn't bid. And I think does that mean we shouldn't rebid? And if the council and the governor's decision on that. But I don't want you to think that we made no effort to bid this, and that we didn't do advertising, that we didn't do outreach to the contractor community, and that we didn't contact lots of people, because we didn't. And my only follow-up to that is, I said this last time, there could have been a vendor workshop here. There could have been an RFI, reach out to them. There could have been a time for them to come in and show you what they've done in other states, to really make sure that they all feel that this New Hampshire is a real competitive landscape. Just because this vendor got the $10 million contract to do the original site review doesn't mean they're going to get this new contract. Look, everybody felt that they're going to get this contract. Why should we bid? It's not fair in New Hampshire. I know you can get a better price. I would hope that you can go out and absolutely get a list of all those vendors and go reach out to them and bring them here to provide for you, at least let them know we're going to be fair. With respect, 3/4 of what you said I think is true. And I want to take issue with that. This is not fair, or that people do not think we're fair. And I think it's important to say this because there are people listening, and there are people that this will be reported on. Vendors who do work with New Hampshire have a lot of complaints about doing work with New Hampshire and some of the processes we go through. And we meet with them regularly to talk about process improvement, things we can do differently. We tell them that you can't not go to council. That's not a process improvement, etc. But no one has ever alleged that I met with, ever. Not design contracts, not engineering firms, not construction companies, that were not fair. The public works process is regarded in the contractor community, in the consultant community as fair. We've not gotten complaints. We get complaints about everything all the time. And the reason people didn't bid a second time is not because they thought we wouldn't be fair, but because they thought the other group naturally had a leg up, and that it would be natural to prefer them. But no one believed that Ted was going to lean on the scale or anything like that. And the fairness issue, I just want to put to rest, and I know you don't mean it this way, but I want to say that because there are people listening, that there are no allegations that our process, our competitor process, is not fair. And we have not received allegations in 8 or 9 years that I've been here of that sort. Anytime someone has made an allegation like that, it has been dealt with quickly and honorably. And on the DPW side, it doesn't happen. And I appreciate that. I'm not suggesting that you're not here. My suggestion was that you reach out to, as a proactive manner, to those vendors that are out there that I was able to look at online. There's a lot of them that have built prisons across the country, and talk to their CEOs and say, we are going to be putting out an RFP. We would like you to come into our state and show us what you could offer. We are going to have a vendor workshop. Don't think that because this vendor received this original contract that they're going to be given this contract. This is going to be an open process. That's the biggest type of outreach I'm talking about. That did not happen here. And this is one of the highest price items we've seen as a council on design. And I'm sorry, I have a concern about that. And when we do the tabling, we're just delaying, in my opinion. If we decide we want a new RFP and a better process, we're delaying the inevitable. The prison needs to be fixed and refurbished in new prison, whatever it is. And we need to see alternatives possible. But we're not seeing that yet. Sorry.
Councilor Leal.
Right now, we have a contract before us that to complete the work that the legislature has appropriated funds for, and we have guaranteed price that we will be able to do the work within the limitation, the price limitation that the legislature has set. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If we were to vote this contract down and go out to bid, or rebid it, is there a risk that the new price could actually come in higher, and we would have to, the legislature would potentially be in a position of having to appropriate more funding in order to even get us to the point that they've asked us to get to?
Yes.
That is a major risk. The legislature decided that they wanted to spend a certain amount of money on this. We have a qualified vendor who is prepared to do this work for that price. I am in favor of tabling this motion for another month or so that we can get the deliverables. I am not in favor. I think it would be a grave disservice to the state and to the legislature. Our job is to execute what the legislature has passed. And by voting this contract down, we have heard now that there is a risk that we could end up not even being able to do what the legislature has tasked us with doing and given us the funds to do. Right now, the choice is not between this contract and something cheaper. The choice is potentially between this contract and something more expensive. I'm not willing to take that risk on. I don't think that we are doing the taxpayers any kind of a service by proceeding in such a risky fashion. I think it makes sense to wait to give the vendor time to complete their initial contract and for us to see the results and to determine whether we think that they are qualified to continue to do this next job. But I think that we need to take it very seriously before we vote this down. This building prisons is a very niche industry. There are not that many vendors. Maybe you found 8, but that's about how many there are in the whole country. Do you think they don't know which states are looking at prison projects? They all know very well what's going on and where the opportunities are. These are $1 billion projects. Of course they know what's going on. The vendors didn't fail to put in a proposal because they didn't know about it. They all know about it. And we run a very serious risk of potentially, if we were to vote this down, of actually making this project more expensive for the taxpayers and not being able to fulfill what the legislature has tasked us with doing. That, I don't think, is the right way to go. I do think we should table this until the end of this contract, the first contract period, review the work, review the results, and then make our decision at that time. But voting this down, I think, would be very risky and imprudent.
Councilor Kay.
I'm just trying to get some more answers here. The morning the legislature tells us what to do.
They do.
And I never thought that from day one, because I served in the legislature 14 years. We do what's right for the essential service for the taxpayers of New Hampshire. If the legislature's on cue, we'll be on cue as well. But if they're not, then we're not. We're going to vote a different way. And while we're not a policy for it, we do enter into the equation. So with that, I do want to ask the new commissioner, how you feeling today?
Just do what you want. I mean, wouldn't you feel terrific if you looked this good?
You look better when you're in dress blues.
I was a lot skinnier.
But, so, I'm just trying to, you're the new commissioner, I understand.
Sure.
You'll be chartered to, kind of push this contract forward. But was there ever time in the last couple of weeks where you said, that council, we're going to bring a new contract before them, and you haven't gotten that report completed for the last contract, that we might want to hold off a little bit till we get that report so we can look at it too, we, as a council, can look at it before we move forward with the second contract.
I've spent a lot of time wondering about what the right thing to do is, and since we brought it forward and the completion date is right around the corner, and my primary concern is safety, security, and cost, I felt like let's get the discussion moving. Let's begin to talk about this. I understood from the council that there would be some concerns, and I think we're in a position going forward to answer all of those, or certainly most of those concerns going forward. So in answer to your question, yes, I think about it a lot, and yes, I think we're in the right place.
Well, I understand delay is not going to back us into a solution, or delay is eventually back us into a lawsuit like we do with the women's prison. And I haven't heard any chatter of that thus far, but it could potentially happen. But I do believe with my fellow councilors that you must put yourself on staff. It might be good to read this report, see what comes out of it, and then, kind of forward with the next contract. I'm not saying that
secure facility that protects our citizens, cares for the inmates in a constitutionally appropriate manner, and that we do it for the best price available to our taxpayers.
So typically, you don't leave things on the table for more than a meeting or two. Is it better just to withdraw them and then come back to it once we read the report? Or how should we move that?
I'm not the person to ask that.
That's separate. So I'll make a motion to table.
Second. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
So the tabling motion fails. Okay, so, if there's no other further questions for the commissioner, then I would ask for a motion on, excuse me, a vote on item 134. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All,
Did I hear that motion?
I'm asking, are you, since we didn't table it, the motion is to approve, whether you approve item 134 or not. And I have one vote in favor. Is everyone
Nay.
else?
Nay.
Nay.
I'll say yes, I want to table it. Yes to table. To read your report.
So can I just read my thoughts into the record?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I was waiting
Counselor.
till last and then.
No, I apologize. Yeah, of course, you're definitely able to do that. And if you want to ask a question, I'm going to let you do that too.
No, I just want to get my thoughts on
Yes,
the
of
record.
course.
So I just don't like the scope of this contract. I just a gut feeling that being in construction that this contract's going to lead to something, and as soon as we would vote for this money, council has no more control until they come back with, back to us with 600,000 feet, 400,000 feet here, vote on this, or if we don't have anything else. I would like to see them do a new RFP that focuses on option. Because we may move forward with a $800 million project, have all the specifications in place, and we can't come up with the money. And I think that's a bad direction to go. We need an RFP that's going to give us options. Here's option A, B, and C. And that comes back to the
competition brings out the best in everyone, and there was no competition for this contract. I think we should have had national players competing for this contract, potentially $1 billion. I'm shocked. I don't buy that they were deterred by phase one going to affirm that they would be shut out. $10,000 to $15,000 for a contract of this size to prepare submission. Again, it's $1 billion. The state of New Hampshire pays its bills. I too agree, we need a new facility, but we're not up to a great start with such a vague preliminary draft report that is alarming to me. There's no cost estimates in there. It's too vague, and it concerns me. So we do need a new facility.
Councilor Leopold, and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you. One of the things that we did discuss briefly was the idea of building a new facility in such a way that would help us reduce or streamline our staffing costs over the long run, or reduce our operational costs. And I think that as you are considering the new RFP, that it would be, and alternatives and things, I think it would be great if the next phase could also include, help us to understand how different options might have longer term operational implications as well. So I just wanted to get that out on the record as well.
So I believe this matter is concluded, and if there's no other business to come,
Commissioner, and the service, I just had a couple of questions.
is
One,
there something we can do offline?
the state property in Pennsylvania, we've been waiting for 3 or 4 months. So what is our update when we get our check?
Oh, I don't have an update on that. I can look into that for you.
When do they have to actually sign checks?
The contract that the council approved with the vendor, they approved it, but it was relatively broad and allows an enormous amount of leeway. I believe that, we're optimistic the sale will happen, and optimistic that it will happen in somewhere in fiscal 26.
So my condition, they have 1 year. They have 1 year from the time that they sign that purchase sales agreement.
I think that's not legally correct.
So you're saying you have more than a year to give us a check?
I think it's been more than a year now.
So I don't want to jump into this, but it sounds like it would be good for the commissioner to follow up and get you the specifics on this.
Yeah.
So that we have, whether it's a year or more, to make sure that what you get is factual on that.
And could you share it with all of us?
Sure.
We're happy to do that. That was, the discussions were prior to my time on council, so I would appreciate it.
No,
We're happy to have one. Actually, Commissioner, why don't you get the council an update on the
Yeah.
status of that project? That would be helpful.
Sure.
Great.
One more project?
I mean, we are really at the, so is it,
Oh, no, it's not 100. It's 6 hours less.
no, I mean,
We're
yeah,
not even
so.
close to that. No, I do have a quick question. My understanding is that the rest stop project has been scored. There are 2 bidders.
I'm not involved in the rest of the project.
Yeah, and
When you
we're,
have